Piero Lumumba here at the Lukenya Hill campsite in Machakos in Kenya in the continent of Africa. Today we discuss a subject that is very contemporary, African constitutions. To understand and appreciate the subject, once again we must in the context of colonial legacy, because the constitution in the continent of Africa has history depending on who the colonizer was. So the history of those constitutions must be traced to 1958 is significant because Charles de Gaulle became the president of France and the call of continuing pace. And the former French president say yes or no. Yes meant that you did with the French film and which was a mere of Harvard, who had a prime minister who reigned. All countries voted yes, except with Ahmed Sékou Touré, said we vote prefer to be free in poverty than to be slaves in riches. And what the French did, of course, was then to allow them to do what it is that they desired. That was one category of constitutions with a French angle to them. It's the of negotiation took place for some reason. The constitution was as well a model. And that model could be seen in the case of Uganda, in the case of Kenya, in the case of Malawi, in the case of Zambia, in the case of Nigeria, and in the case of Ghana, and the very early days of this constitution. So British monarch remained as the head with the Lord Prime Minister. That is what was characterized as the Westminster Model Constitution. In the case of Congo and the Democratic Republic of Congo, what was then known as Kinshasa, and at that time they also borrowed something that was very Belgian. They had a constitution, the president and a prime minister. In Burundi, the same thing happened. The only difference that one saw in Burundi is because there were kingdoms in that part of the world. In Rwanda, there was a kingdom as indeed as there was in Burundi. There was the category of the last category of options in the Portuguese. The process of colonization started in earnest in sub-Saharan Africa, particularly in 1957 with Ghana. And then 1960 was the year of independence, the year of new constitution. Portugal was different. Portugal refused to grant her colonies. Guinea-Bissau, no independence. Guinea-Bissau, Cabral is no independence. With Agostino Neto and Holden Roberto on one side and Jonas Malheiros of independence. Mozambique, no independence. With Moises. And people have always explained that Portugal itself was in a crisis. And students of history will tell you that at that time, the leader, the strong leader of Portugal was Marcelo Caetano. And until the Carnation Revolution in 1974 that brought forth Antonio de Spinola, that is when the move for new constitution started in the former Portuguese. So that unlike others, they did adopt Portuguese constitution because they turned Marxist. Mozambique went to be pro-Soviet Union, as was Angola. They were supported by the Soviet Union at that time, and even Guinea-Bissau. So their constitutions became constitutions, and they were Marxist-Leninist. And of course, other kind of constitution was the apartheid constitution, which was the South African constitution that came into being in 1948 with the advent of the Nationalist Party led by Hendrik Verwoerd. And then in Rhodesia, you also had a constitution that was made in the image of Ian Smith. Ethiopia was unique because Ethiopia had a monarchy led by Emperor Haile Selassie. The category of constitution was seen in Egypt. Once Egypt had overthrown the Khalifate that was basically, and Morocco was a monarch, Algeria, and a stream of constitutions. Something happened. From 1900, the constitutional dispensation started being destabilized with the first coup d'etat in 1960 with Olympio. So that this constitution started knocked down one by one and led to country becoming state in Ghana even before 1966. The overthrow of Nkrumah, one-party state. Mobutu became a one-party state. Kenya became a one-party state, one-party Uganda coup d'etat by fiat. So when one talks about with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the fall of the Berlin Wall, the Union hegemons brought new constitutional with the emergence of civil societies, non-governmental organizations, and America, and the elections must be democratic. And democracy equals to one. A new constitution says that is such a power, executive, the judiciary, free press, and of course, the civil society. And that happened almost across the continent of Africa. It happened in Uganda in 1990. Any of it is that most of these institutions mirror images of constitutions which are played. So the tendency with African constitutions is to mimic the governance systems in their colonizing countries. So that if you look at the former British colonies, even when they have eliminated the monarch, they are monarchical. It is in your area of Tanzania that when you are a president, you don't say how powerful they are. The constitution gives more power than the Roman Catholic Pope at the combined. The constitution what were called presidents, in the sense that they could rule by fiat. Today, therefore, when you look at most African countries, you find constitutions which on paper have this structure. An executive has a limited application of them was one of the things was prescribed as being an index of democracy. You'll have them having a judiciary. You'll then, of course, have them have a legislature. And then you'll have them having certain bodies which are considered to be independent. They'll have something called the ombudsman. They'll have something called independent electoral body, and they'll have all rights commission. That is the character of most African now. But beyond constitution, there is something called constitutionalism. The words and letters of the constitution, are they alive? Are they words that are interpreted into action? Once these constitutions had come into being and they set term limits, and in cases they even set age limits, particularly with regard to the presidency, age limits, because this is not in African constitutional governance. So African constitutions find themselves in territories that they constitute informed by the colonial past. They are a fusion of that, and they are confused by the structures which are Eurocentric, and they also find themselves in certain traditional governments. You go like Nigeria, where you have strong traditional Ghana, where you have strong rulers. We have Zambia, Malawi, where constitutions are suffering because they are honored in a nutshell. Therefore, one can say that constitutions are in a state of flux. They are home with a young law student and a young law teacher. I loved a complex English word to describe a constitution which is homemade, autochthonous, to mean they are northern. And that is why in this class we have now started the emergence once again of the overthrowing of those constitutions. The verdict on African constitutions is they are still alien. They are still informed by alien Eurocentric philosophy. They are still remote. John American said that the tragedy of African governance systems and the instruments that they use is that they are a weak and poor mimicry of the countries that colonized them, and that no African country will ever succeed on the basis of those constitutions. And if you ever doubted, you can see the governance structures and the crisis in governance that are happening even when we have these constitutional dispensations. The subject of constitution is a long one, but that is only but the tip of the iceberg. The iceberg demands that we read further and investigate further. You know, whenever I think about a constitutional student and scholar myself who has written on the subject, I hold the view that Africa must rethink governance. And when we rethink governance, one is saying that there are elements within traditional governance systems which must be infused into modern constitutional writing. And I'm using the word modern to mean contemporary, so that there are elements in governance systems. If you go to the Gada system of the Oromo, you go to the Maasai systems and other systems, this can be borrowed, this can be infused, so that we are able to write constitutions that respond to the needs of the people. We must discard this Eurocentricity, because we must also know that the African nation as is constituted now is artificial. These are boundaries that were imposed by the colonialists in Berlin. And you have very many communities within one nation state. It is not like you are dealing with the mono-ethnic countries. So how do you have a constitutional dispensation that takes care of all these things in a manner that is acceptable to the majority of the people? We have ideas. The idea is borrow, adopt, and adapt, and don't do things that work in Europe and cannot even begin to fly in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we take a mull over the things that we have discussed on the continent of Africa.
We need to bring up, I was talking to the of Gabon, and we are agreed now that all the African leaders must find each other. We must trade amongst ourselves. We must open up these vast expanses of market opportunities for people in all parts of Africa. And when we do that, we then are able to raise Africa economically. We are able then to meaningfully transform the lives of the people of Africa. And Africa has a very young population, a very dynamic, it is 25. Across Africa, the majority of the population are young people bristling with desire, determination, skill, talent. And so, in the ultimate instance, one of the things we're going to have to do is to develop, to harness these skills, to develop these talents, and it requires us to, in certain instances, completely overhaul our education systems, both in terms of content and manner of delivery. So these are the key issues. What do they mean? They mean we must have durable partnerships between government and the private sector. It means that all the innovation in the private sector must be brought to the fore so that the private sector powers all these initiatives that governments must.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A new chapter under your leadership.
The requisite quality. We do not want certain parts of the country to experience high latency and others are covered sufficiently and there's low latency. We want the coverage to be of the requisite sure that this happens. That's the first thing. We must also ensure, because there's the Africa Continental area agreement, which saw us recently in Lusaka, Zambia, launch the trade protocol, where we want to have an Africa that all the people, all the users are therefore able to access this market, Africa-wide market of 1.5 billion people, and they can also aggregate themselves in terms of cooperatives across different localities on the African continent and service for at scale markets that each one of them individually able to service. And so it's going to be very critical in this connectivity to take place, and we will also need interconnectivity. We need these corridors, these trade corridors that we are seeking to construct across Africa to function and function effectively, so that the trade protocol is then given practical expression. Digitalization, which I have termed a pivot point for the economy of Botswana, and indeed it's a pivot point for the entire African economy. This pivot point will create efficiency. It will curb and almost or entirely remove wastage in the economy. It will therefore result in resources that would otherwise go to waste being properly channeled now towards the improvement of the lives of the people. So it is absolutely essential for the digitalization to proceed, to be successful, to reach out to all parts of Botswana and all parts of Africa. And we also must look at the evolving technology, and when we look at our data centers, which we are going to have to build, we now must look at hyperscale data centers, so that there's energy efficiency, that these centers are robust, and that information is also secure, both information at rest and information in transit. So these are the critical considerations that we must have.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We heard about collaboration, we heard about financing needs, we heard about collaboration between public and private, collaboration amongst countries. Let me move on to you, John Olajide, and put you a little bit on the spot here following His Excellency's comments. As you look at the landscape out there, what do you think are the most critical infrastructure or policy elements needed to fill those critical gaps that we've talked about and that we know exist very much within the ecosystem in order to build that resilient digital backbone? And His Excellency touched on this as well. Where do skills fall into this? I know that's a topic near and dear to your heart, and what are your thoughts on the skills ability that's there and that's needed in order to facilitate this growth?
I want to make sure when I speak, I don't want to talk about all the things that should be done, just typical top shelf at summits like this. I want to talk about practical things around digital infrastructure and use my life story to help you understand how this is important. My entire life, everything I've built was because digital infrastructure existed. So the company that I'm best known for globally is Access. It's the leading technology company in the world for healthcare, number one in the world. Number one in the US and all over the world as well. And what do we do? We provide technology to power the delivery of the highest quality healthcare at home. That's simply what we do. And in trying to get that done, there are 5 things that we're always trying to do for our clients. And I'm saying this because I'll connect that to the society broadly. We want to make sure for our clients that we help them grow their businesses, okay? Similarly, when you have all this digital infrastructure in nations, you want to have economic growth. That's what we do. You want to help them decrease the cost of doing business. The president talked about efficiency, making sure all this technology can get things done efficiently. That's what our technology does as well. You want to make sure you help them ensure compliance with all the regulations that exist. And I know when you're thinking about society broadly, if there's no rule of law, things don't work. So it's important that there are parameters to guide how folks execute to make sure things work. You want to help them streamline operations. That touches on efficiency as well. And ultimately, we want to help our clients improve patient outcomes. So when you think broadly in a society, you want to make sure the citizens are happy. If you have technology that makes the citizens unhappy, it's a big problem. So you want technology that helps make their lives easier, that helps improve their quality of life. So what we do is, in Dallas, we build technology that powers the delivery of the highest quality healthcare all over the world. Now, we do that not just in Dallas. We do that around the world. And in fact, we have a presence in Botswana as well. Mr. Holdens, we have an office in Botswana, and we have engineers that are connected. We have engineers in Botswana, in Nigeria, in India, in the Philippines, and all of my colleagues from all over the world are here. And I want to connect that to the theme of what we're doing in Africa and how this digital infrastructure is very important. So we build this world-leading technology, and this is how we build it. So we have teams of engineers that work together to build this technology. We have engineers in the US, we have engineers in Canada, we have engineers in India, engineers in the Philippines, engineers in Nigeria, engineers in Botswana. And they work together, so we're able to deliver our solutions around the clock for our clients. And we can get the absolute best attributes of all our people all over the world to deliver this excellence for our clients globally. And so I'll tell you a story. Our clients are usually very amazed at how much power there is in our mobile devices. And that couldn't have happened if we didn't have engineers in Africa building them. Because they're so resource constrained on the African continent, they're forced to learn how to do a lot more with less. Our engineers in the US have big computer screens, big bandwidth, and all that stuff. So when the engineer solutions, talking about latency or efficiency, those solutions are typically more expensive. So when we get them, we have engineers in Africa help us optimize the solutions and do a lot more with less. And our clients are amazed at all the wonder that we're able to deliver. And I'm telling them it's because of our engineers in Botswana, in Nigeria, and other parts of the world that we're able to lean in with that attribute to make magic happen. So as we talk about US Africa, I just wanted to make sure I bring this home so we're not talking about abstract things. So these are things that are happening in real time and we can scale them. So more fundamentally, you need power, abundance of power to make things work. The president talked about data centers. If there's no power, there cannot be data centers. So these are things that we take for granted in Dallas, all the parts of the world. We need to have power in place to power all this innovation that's helping us drive growth and helping us export not just commodities or precious minerals, but export human capital. Human capital in a way that's a lot more cost effective to make things work. So those are some of the things that we're doing. You need a lot of, so I've talked about power, I've talked about data centers, I've talked about just broadband connectivity overall, 4G, 5G, 6G, whatever that is. We need that to be in place. Fundamentally, these are things that we take for granted. So as we are looking to invest in different parts of the world, if those things are not in place, guys, we cannot go there. So as we even looked at our investments in Botswana, it was good that some of that those foundational pieces there that we could invest on, and it's outlined, for instance, in Botswana, and hire up to 500 highly skilled engineers on our way to do that. Today we're the largest software company in Nigeria. Now the second thing is just government policies overall, and I'm glad President Boko touched on public-private partnerships. There's some things that government knows how to do really well, that government is best at doing. Government should do that. There's some things that private sector knows how to do really well, private sector should do that. But we all should be at the table working together to say, how can we make sure there's long-term infrastructure for the person in the rural area that, as a business person, your return on investment may not be but government wants everyone connected so you don't have all the folks in the rural areas run into the city. That's what government wants. Now, how do we make sure the private sector can make those investments? And in some cases, there are things that maybe there's not a financial return on investment, but there's a social return on investment that's important. Partner with government, de-risk that capital to make that work. Now, government is doing what it knows how to do well, patient capital, to do those things in a rural area. But then the private sector is bringing their expertise to getting that to work. So it's important that that understanding is there, that trust is there, you have credible partners that understand that to move things along. And broadly, as we do business, I personally believe deeply that business is a force for good. It's not just about making money. How can we build a continent that's more prosperous, that's more connected, where all those things are happening and the right things are moving along? So that's that on the public policy side. Public and private sector players need to be at the table constantly working together to leverage the best of what everyone brings to move it along. And the last thing that I'll touch on, Guy, is just financing. And when you think about financing, there's a lot of capital in Africa already. It just hasn't been properly unlocked. It hasn't been properly structured. Okay? It hasn't been properly valued in a way where other sorts of capital that are more short-term can move in. And we're running all over the world trying to find, oh, come do this for me, come do this for me. But the question is, why? You know, it says start with why. Like, why should I do it for you if you don't think it's important enough to do it for yourself? So how do we rally resources in a way where the right because if one of the big things that I see across Africa broadly is just the mismatch of capital. You see short-term capital trying to fund long-term projects, or long-term projects with not a lot of governance, doing things that get into trouble in the short term. So it's really important that you have the right capital, matching the right project to move things along and help create even more opportunities. So in the story that I've woven around the work that we're doing at Access and Kavista Holders and all that, I've painted the picture of what's happening in real time. Now what we need to do is sit with private sector partners to scale that and say some of that infrastructure that's there, where are the challenges, how can we help, how can we have an honest conversation about moving it along. Well, magic is happening already, and I'm glad that there's even more connections and more good things that can happen. And lastly, amplify the types of successes that I've talked about already. So how many of you in this room would have known that some of the technology that's being used in the world by the most advanced organizations is being built in Botswana or in Nigeria or in the Philippines? It's happening already. So that story needs to get out. It doesn't need to be something completely abstract. And let's look for ways where we can amplify the success and then scale the impact. So that's the benefits of all this infrastructure, and that's tangible benefits in real time, and it's already happening. Thanks. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, John. And I think there's some real consistent themes that we're seeing emerging here. And you know, you touched on the topic of success that is happening already. It's hard to think of Africa without thinking of the success of mobile penetration. And
thank you, Africa, Mama Africa. Oh, yeah. You make Africa great. Thank you, Africa. Thank you, Africa.
You can't come in here and beg for you people to come to some country. That's just not a good negotiating point. They need to come here to talk about trade. Because if they trade fairly, they can use their natural resources to make sure that they improve the quality of lives for their people. The reason these young people are trying to leave Africa is because there are no opportunities for them. They don't see a future, wants to stay home. They know that it is difficult going abroad. It is difficult coming to the United States. It is difficult coming to Europe. They know the hazards of living. But in some cases, we leave these young people without a choice. So if we can use our natural resources to improve their quality of lives, to give them the opportunities that they need, nobody would leave Africa. That's just the fact. So yes, we have been exploited for far too long. That exploitation has got to come to an end. And our leaders are the only ones who can stop that. So we are tired of this stupidity. We are tired of having idiots running our countries in Africa. Too many of the governments, they have people who are working for the government, who are on the payrolls of foreign nations. So these leaders are also working under difficult conditions because some of our governments are heavily infiltrated by their own people. So we have a lot of cleaning up that we need to do as Africans. But the leaders need to know, game is over. Young people are tired, and we are counting on them this time to do the right thing. We are a rich continent, rich countries with a lot of natural resources, that there is no reason why Africa should not be moving forward, rich as we are. That has got to come to an end. And as Africans, we're sick and tired of being sick and tired. And we're just giving a warning to our heads of states to say, you need to shape up or shape out. We're tired.
Dr. Arikana does not mince words. She reminds Africa that we are not a poor continent, to kneel before leaders of other nations. Why do they act as though they have nothing to offer? Her voice trembles with fury as she warns, Africa is not respected because its leaders do not respect themselves. They go to America not as men of honor, but as servants seeking crumbs. And she asks a piercing question. When will Africa's leaders act like negotiators, not cowards? And with Africa's dignity? Dr. Arikana calls it cowardice. Cowardice to beg when you have abundance. Cowardice to act small when you are great. To serve the West instead of serving your people. She challenges African leaders. Come as men, come as women of courage. For Africa, not for your personal bank accounts. Stand firm and say, we are not here to beg, we are here to negotiate.
We do not want a new situation where France have been doing in the DRC. What I'm hoping is that, just like what China did, when China decided to come, it is that the United States and Europe were getting wrong. A lot of it was limiting funding to African countries. So China came in. Yes. President Trump should look at it and say, what has China done wrong? Because right now, a lot of people are very angry at China. I know many countries that I've visited. If you go to the countryside with the Chinamen, they'll run you off because they're sick and tired of what the Chinese are doing in Africa. The United States need to look at it and say, what is it that China is doing that's making Africans so angry? They come up with a different angle, but let's look at trading with Africans in a fair and equitable manner. I do not know what the details are for the agreement between the US and DRC and Rwanda. But what I would hope is that they were negotiations that are fair, negotiations that are equitable, negotiations that will, in due course. If this is a situation where the United States is trying to take advantage of the Africans, it's just a matter of time before everything boils over. So it behooves the United States to treat Africa fairly. For a change, let's have a country that can trade with Africans in a fair manner. All I'm asking is for Africans, don't be stupid anymore. Do not come to the United States looking like beggars. You have a lot that the United States wants. You have a lot that the world wants. Stand up tall. Have the to stand up like any other man on earth and defend us. As Africans, we are counting on you. We are sick and tired of giving up our natural resources for peanuts. So yes, African leaders, do not come to the United States as beggars. Come to the United States as equals to negotiate with President Trump. Do not take any rubbish that he throws at you. Do not allow him to bully you, because he has what you need and you also have what he has what you want. So this is about trade. We are going back to the basics. Our leaders, before the colonizers came to Africa, the different tribes traded as equals. We're going back to that environment. Let's embrace it. Let's look at it for what it is, and may the best men win. Africans, wise up. Come to the United States prepared, because President Trump will trump you. President Trump will kick your rear end if you're not prepared. We saw what happened with President Ramaphosa.
Her fury burns because she knows the truth. Every resource needed for global survival is in Africa. Clean energy, Africa has the uranium. Digital economy, Africa has the cobalt. Food security, Africa has the land. Even the future of technology depends on Africa's minerals. So why then should African leaders beg? Why then should Africa bow? No. Africa should lead. Africa should negotiate from strength, not weakness. Dr. Arikana's words are not only for presidents, they are for Africa's youth. She calls young Africans to reject cowardice, to rise up with dignity, to know that this is our continent, and we must never beg in our own home. She says, if your leaders cannot stand tall, then you must stand taller. If they go to beg, you must remind them Africa is not a beggar. If they act like cowards, you must act like lions. Imagine, she says, an Africa where leaders walk into the United Nations not to ask for aid, but to demand justice. An Africa where presidents travel to Washington, London, Beijing, or Paris not with begging bowls, but with contracts that benefit Africa first. An Africa where negotiations are on equal ground, where we are respected, not pitied. That Africa is possible, but only if cowardice dies and courage is born. Her fury is love. Love for Africa, love for her people, and love for the dignity we deserve. Dr. Arikana ends her message with one unforgettable warning. African leaders, stop acting as beggars. Stop humiliating us. Africa does not need cowards. Africa needs negotiators. Africa needs lions. Africa needs men and women of honor. And to every African watching, she says, stand up, speak up, never beg. Africa is too great to bow. This is the fire of Dr. Arikana, a message to awaken the cowards and empower the brave. Africa will not be free until its leaders stand tall. Africa will not rise until its people demand dignity. No more begging. No more cowardice. The time for negotiation is now. The time for African courage is today. And the time to make Africa great is here.
Thank you, Africa.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot conclude my remarks without saying a word or two about the recent withdrawal of 3 member states from ECOWAS. Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso are not only members, they are founding members of ECOWAS. Their withdrawal is therefore a setback for our community, albeit temporary. However, I am pleased to inform you that we have agreed during a recent meeting conclusion of a new agreement on our future relations. The status quo remains with respect to trade and freedom of movement, establishment and settlement. In other words, we have agreed to safeguard the gain. We have also agreed to work on conditions that will facilitate strong collaboration on peace and security. Thus, our regional market has not shrunk. Our people have not been divided. This, Excellencies, is a mark of resilience as a region. It's a mark of our resilience as a region and a major cause for celebration. Happy 50th anniversary to all of you. Thank you. Excellency, Madam Salma Malika Haddadi, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency, Ambassador of the Republic of Senegal and Dean of the ECOWAS Ambassadors, Excellency, the Ambassador of Ethiopia to the African Union and the host of the African Union institutions here in Ethiopia, Excellency, the representative of the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Excellencies, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps and regional deans, Excellencies, members of the ECOWAS Group of Ambassadors and permanent representatives to the African Union, Excellencies, ambassadors and members of the Diplomatic Corps and representatives of international organizations, citizens of ECOWAS member states and citizens of African Union member states, distinguished representatives of partner institutions and partner countries, ladies and gentlemen. I have the singular honor and privilege to take part in the commemoration of the Golden Jubilee of ECOWAS here in Addis Ababa, Africa's diplomatic city. I would like to express our appreciation to His Excellency Muhammad Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union, as well as the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, for not only gracing this occasion with their presence, but also for hosting this event within the African Union Commission premises. We are grateful to all of you in attendance for honoring our invitation and for coming here to rejoice with us. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, 50 years ago, on 28th May 1975, our leaders in West Africa succeeded in overcoming numerous obstacles. Obstacles which are colonial in nature, ideological, linguistic, and historical in nature, to establish the economic community of West Africans. We therefore celebrate 5 decades of regional solidarity, of standing side by side through times of hope and hardship, and of building the most integrated regional economic community on the African continent. Today, ECOWAS represents more than an institution. It is a symbol of the enduring aspiration of over 400 million people. In these 5 decades, our community has made remarkable strides, which in our view give us reason to celebrate. We have integrated 400 million people in a single space and enabled them to enjoy freedom of movement and establishment across the region with a common passport and a regional trade with the ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme, allowing traders and big companies alike to exploit the benefits of an enlarged market. We have implemented a common external tariff, thereby easing international trade with other parts of the world. We are developing critical regional infrastructure, such as the 1,000-kilometer Lagos-Abidjan Corridor Highway, which seek to enhance the physical integration of our markets and communities. We have built a regional electricity market with the aim of improving access to energy for households and businesses in the 14 member states that are already connected. Our regional bank, the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, EBID, has mobilized and committed over $4.5 billion in investment across the region. Investments covering public and private sector development projects. Our West Africa Health Organization has supported member states to address diseases and epidemics across the region. Other key institutions such as Community Court of Justice, Intergovernmental Action Group Against Money Laundering, and the Community Parliament have helped advance governance, rule of law, and the protection of human rights. Beyond offering diverse support and strengthening healthcare and food systems, we have invested in our valuable people. We have invested in our valuable resources, and that is our people, by promoting gender equality, youth empowerment, and human capital development. We have upheld democracy by enacting and implementing appropriate protocols. ECOWAS military interventions to put an end to violent conflict in Liberia and Sierra Leone, and the ongoing missions in Guinea-Bissau and the Gambia point to a remarkable track record in peace support operation of a region that remains united in purpose. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the 50th anniversary is not only a moment for celebration, It is also a moment for reflection and introspection. Yes, we may have succeeded in integrating 400 million people in a single space and allowed 15,000 companies or over 15,000 companies to trade in over 50,000 produce within the trade liberalization schemes. Yet, our intra-community trade remains low. Insecurity too remains a major challenge, with terrorist groups disrupting lives in the northern part of the region and threatening coastal countries. These challenges have prompted our leaders to sign on 28 May 2025 a declaration reaffirming their commitment to ECOWAS ideals. In practical terms, this means a collective resolve to address supply-side constraints, remove non-tariff barriers, as well as address infrastructure and energy deficits. It also means a resolve to work collectively to address insecurity by reactivating ECOWAS standby force of 5,000 strong personnel. In this regard, we welcome the adoption of Resolution 2719 of the United Nations Security Council and call on all our partners to support the African Union and the regional economic communities in ensuring an effective implementation of the resolution. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have had great working relations with successive chairpersons and managements of the African Union Commission and the special representatives of the Secretary General and heads of the United Nations offices for West Africa and the Sahel. Our development partners have also demonstrated unwavering faith in us and have continued to support our integration project. These development partners include multilateral partners such as the European Union, the African Development, United States, France, Sweden, United Kingdom, and the others. We remain grateful to all of them.
Thank you, Africa. Mama Africa, oh, yeah. You make Africa great. Thank you, Africa. Thank you, Africa.
We're called the Mosi Otunya. But some white guy from England, during the period of Queen Victoria, came to Zimbabwe and they named our Mosi Otunya the name of his queen. I want to apologize to our brothers in Ghana. We have not yet changed this name to localize our own Victoria Falls to Mosi Otunya. We still call it the Victoria Falls. I'm told by my minister of what she must be here. She says, there she is. She's the culprit. She thinks that if we change Victoria Falls to Mosi Otunya, very few visitors will come. But I always tell you, there's more dignity in being ourselves than in money. We must embrace the unique opportunity to enhance people-to-people relations, particularly with the African diaspora, in line with the African Union's vision of the diaspora as the sixth region of Africa. Further, initiatives of this nature should see the promotion of investments in the tourism sectors, including the development of hotels, conference facilities, and the theme parks, among other products, in both our Your Excellency. Allow me to thank you for Ghana's continued solidarity with Zimbabwe in our ongoing calls for the total and unconditional removal of the illegal economic sanctions imposed on us by some Western countries. These sanctions were imposed on us after we took back our land from those who had stolen from it. I actually mean the whites. At the broader international level, the increased challenges facing the world call for stronger solidarity and a renewed commitment to strengthen multilateralism for shared prosperity, for all nations behind. Your Excellency, we count on the continued and unwavering support of the great nation of Ghana in Zimbabwe's bid for a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council for the period 2027 to 2028. As I conclude, my dear brother, and once again, thank you, Your Excellency, for inviting me to visit your great country. It's important to give impetus to the shared goals and targets we have set for ourselves. Excellency and dear brother, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Comrade John Dramani Mahama, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable S.O. Ablankwa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Professor Amon Murira, other Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers who are here, the Ambassador of the Republic of Ghana to Zimbabwe, Mr. B. Adijavo, the Ambassador of the Republic of Zimbabwe to Ghana, Mr. Chinuza, senior government officials who are here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. On behalf of the government of Zimbabwe, and indeed on my own behalf, profound gratitude to you, my dear brother, Your Excellency, President John Mahama, for graciously inviting me to pay this historic state visit to Ghana. I bring home fraternal greetings from the people of Zimbabwe to the great people of Ghana. Your beautiful country occupies a warm corner in our hearts. Our late First Lady, Amai Salim Gabe, Ghana's precious gift to our nation and the wife of our founding father, the late President R.G. Mugabe, was a brave and fearless supporter of our liberation armed struggle and the promotion of the rights of children and women. We say to the Ghanaian women, congratulations. But we still need another Salim Mugabe to come to Zimbabwe. May I thank you, Your Excellency, as well as the government and people of Ghana, for the excellent hospitality extended to me and my delegation since our arrival in this beautiful country. It is indeed befitting, given our unique relationship as in-laws. Unfortunately, currently we're foot and mouth with the Brisa Moketo. Your Excellency, dear brother, the state visit is an affirmation of our anti-colonial struggles and enduring people-to-people cooperation. It further reflects our shared commitment to consolidate and deepen our high-level strategic partnership. I recall that the independence of Ghana under the leadership of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is meaningless unless it is linked up with the total liberation of the African continent, end of quote, was a defining moment for us all on the continent. Coming here is profoundly sentimental as it rekindles the wartime memories of our generation. Received training here in Ghana for the armed liberation in Zimbabwe. I, of course, trained in China myself. The liberation movements in Zimbabwe received arms of war as well as training and other forms of support from Ghana during our armed struggle for liberation towards dismantling the racist colonial regime of Ian Smith in southern Rhodesia. We are forever grateful to Ghana. Your Excellency and dear brother, as we look into the future, we share the desire for the true independence of our economies, where our people benefit from the rich resources of our continent for a higher quality of life, especially for women and young people. Our engagements, therefore, present us with an opportunity to translate our strong historic bonds into practical economic dividends to scale up the modernization, industrialization, and sustainable development of our two countries. Opportunities exist for stronger business-to-business economic cooperation to upscale our bilateral cooperation. Riding on the operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area, there is equally need to increase our trade. It is pleasing to note that the AFCFTA has found its natural home in Ghana, whose historical commitment to Pan-Africanism, African integration and unity is unparalleled on the continent. Zimbabwe will host the Intra-Africa Trade Fair Company, a complementary institution to the African Continental Free Trade Area. We stand ready to scale up efforts to strengthen these strategic institutions of our beloved African continent. My dear brother, I congratulate you, and through you, the government and people of Ghana, for the ongoing infrastructure development, as well as the transformative policies that leverage on a knowledge-driven economy and cutting-edge technologies for efficient delivery of social services in Ghana. Your commitment to propel Ghana to new levels of development and prosperity is extremely admirable. My administration shares a similar resolve to transform Zimbabwe's economy to be an upper middle income society by 2030. In our country, We are driven by a development philosophy that says a country is built and is governed and must be prayed for by its own people. We, the citizens of our countries, Zimbabwe, Ghana, and Africa, have a duty and responsibility ourselves, partners and investors, well-wishers and others, can only assist and complement our own efforts, based, however, on our own defined priorities, our own goals and our own vision. We should never import foreign goals, import foreign vision into our countries. Your Excellency, I am particularly pleased with the partnership that have been forged between Zimbabwean and Ghanaian entities in the food and agricultural value chains. These are a testament of how our private sectors can collaborate to deliver African solutions to African challenges towards enhancing food security, agriculture, resilience, and climate change mitigation. The numerous opportunities in other sectors such as mining provide avenues for mutually beneficial public and private sector partnerships in our respective jurisdictions. We must accelerate the beneficiation and the value addition of all our minerals and natural resources, our God-given birthright of resources endowment. The period where raw materials were fed into economies abroad is gone. We acknowledge the positive results from our strategic partnership in the education sector. Over the years, many students have pursued their studies in the science, technology, education, and mathematics fields here in Ghana. This has helped to bolster Zimbabwe's human capital base. We say thank you, our in-laws. But I've been told by my colleagues in Zimbabwe not to forget to make another request. My dear in-laws, we need more of your sisters in Zimbabwe. I call upon respective higher education authorities to expand relevant disciplines in line with the new skills required for the economic trajectory in Zimbabwe, Ghana and Africa included as a whole. In the area of tourism, I explore our two ministers of tourism to ride on the signed memorandum of understanding and implement robust joint tourism promotion programs between our two countries. Zimbabwe is particularly committed to collaborating with Ghana through the proposed twinning arrangement between the cities of Cape Coast and Victoria Falls. I don't know, I'll talk about Victoria Falls. I don't know what Cape Coast means. I commend the productive work undertaken by our ministers and officials across the various sectors. The engagements have expanded the cooperation in key areas, including energy, mining, agriculture, tourism, higher education, trade and cultural exchange. While we have witnessed the signing of several instruments of cooperation, the true value of these agreements lies in their swift and effective implementation. I therefore urge our ministers and officials operationalization all agreed programs and conclusion of the requisite agreements in additional areas of cooperation. The Joint Permanent Commission on Cooperation must remain the central mechanism for the monitoring and implementation of our agreements, as well as increased trade and investments for the tangible benefits of our peoples. This undertaking also requires stronger private sector collaboration in our two countries. Reflects the enduring spirit of African unity. By the same token, I wish to thank you, my dear brother, Your Excellency, for the support of Ghana in our bid for a collection into the EU. We feel reassured that Ghana will help to rally regional support for Zimbabwe's candidature. Zimbabwe also seeks the support of Ghana towards our bid to host the African Union Mid-Term Coordination Summit in 2027. In the spirit of ensuring equitable regional rotation in the hosting of major African Union meetings, Your Excellency. As we conclude these official bilateral discussions during this historic state visit, I am confident that the goodwill and the shared aspirations between our governments and our peoples will continue to strengthen towards the realization of development and prosperity two great countries. I wish you, my dear brother, Your Excellency, good health and success in all your endeavors. And I look forward to welcoming you to Mutapa Kingdom, the Republic of Zimbabwe, for your reciprocal visit soon. God bless you all. God bless Zimbabwe and Ghana. I thank you.
So finally, we would have the Prime Minister read the communique, and then we'll wrap it up.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Africa. Mama Africa. Oh, yeah. You make Africa great. Thank you, Africa. Thank you, Africa.
Family, brothers, sisters, please, if you have something unique, if you have some update, please share with us your update on the comment section. This is Make Africa Great. We are live from our motherland, Africa. We are sharing a powerful message, powerful speeches from our beloved leaders.
To greet Governor of Enugu, to greet the Sultan of Sokoto, let me greet the President of Nigeria Bar Association. We are here because of your capable leadership, and we are happy that we are home here in Nigeria. The leadership of the Nigerian Bar Association will further greet all members of the Nigerian Bar Association who are present here today, representing the legal fraternity of this great country, which remains a friend and ally of South Africa and her people. I'm humbled that you saw it fit to invite me to give an address to annual general conference, and by extension, that you saw it necessary to invite the EFF to give this keynote address. I imagine it was not an easy for a group of members of the law profession to reach consensus on who will address them, because your profession by nature is one of robust debate and contestation. So I understand here today. I stand here today proud because I know I'm a product of a robust debate and agreement by people who find it difficult to agree amongst themselves. Comrades and friends, the link between the legal profession and the cause for liberation cannot be separated. Because just like us, you are instruments of justice. While we wage our battle for freedom in the picket lines, through activism, protest, and participation in governance, it is you, the members of the legal profession, who interpret the laws we make, who practice the justice we seek to achieve, and who fight tirelessly for those who cannot defend themselves in the courts of law. It is a profession characterized by sacrifice, intellect, and a commitment to interpretation of the past in order to achieve justice, fairness, and victory in the present and future. For the activists, we have a history and dialectical materialism to guide us into leading society towards a better tomorrow. And for the legal profession, you have indigenous law, common law, case law, the Constitution and statutes, an objective reality to achieve not only personal victory, but to establish collectively laws that will govern others for decades to come. Our duty, however, and primary responsibility is not to maintain laws simply because they exist as they are today. Our duty is not to be instruments of injustice and neocolonialism. It is to be agents of change, and this demands of us to be brave enough to identify unjust laws, speak out, and form part of those that work tirelessly for our judiciary to be of service to our people. I say this not to encourage anarchy or lawlessness, but to draw us back to the difficult truth and reality that at times the laws has been used as a weapon of oppression. It has taken lawyers and activists to walk side by side, hand in hand, to stand up against laws that perpetuate the undermining of the dignity of the people. And we must all be alive to this history and this possibility today. This becomes even more important for us as Africans because for centuries, our very existence has been unlawful law or English law. To be African has meant that for generations, we are not worthy of the laws and the rights that make us human beings. And for that reason, it was legal to abuse us, to enslave us, to steal our mineral wealth and oil, and to destroy and kill our heritage, history, and even our lives. The legal profession you belong to, the political system we belong to, the judiciary and parliaments were created without us in mind. They were crafted at our exclusion and to sustain our suffering. We now sit in the demand then from those who died at the hands of this institution that we now serve, that we transform them so that they become instruments who died at the hands of this institution to maintain the status quo. But we are here to make our profession serve those of our great continent and kidnap Africans and enslave us in foreign lands. It was once legal to rape African women and children because they did not have the right to dignity of their European oppressors. It was once legal to take our land and our minerals because, according to the law of the white man, we were not civilized enough to control our own land and our own wealth. In South Africa, our freedom, our oppression, our resistance, all had law at the center. Under apartheid, it was to restrict the movement of Africans to labor reserves called townships and to it. Under apartheid, it was legal to restrict the movement of Africans to reserves called townships and to teach us inferior education so that we could only be servants of white masters. All of those problems were legal, and it took brave men and women to say that if the oppression of Africans is lawful, then such a law is unjust and must be opposed. Today, as our continent is troubled by corruption, leaders who utilize state machinery to sustain their rule at the expense of the poor and the African lives in abject poverty, a question we all ought to ask ourselves is whether the time for the legal profession and the activists to once again stand up for what is right. We must all ask ourselves whether the time has not once again arrived for liberation to be achieved against the sale of our nation to recolonization, and whether this fight must not begin by reimagining our laws for the better. We must therefore reach into this deep history of resistance and solidarity which is shared by our two nations in order to achieve the goal of restoring the humanity of Africa and her people. My brothers and sisters, the humanity of Africa is at the center of what the EFF stands for. We are an organization that was formed in 2013 purely out of the demands of the people of South Africa who wanted an alternative to the former liberation movement to achieve economic freedom in our lifetime. We are an organization which is born out of the blood of slain mine workers in an area known as Marikana, where 4 miners were shot down execution style, and the 13th anniversary of their execution was this month on the 16th of August 2025. Yet the families have not seen any justice. No one has answered for this grave injustice. It is out of this deep pain and disregard for African life that the domestic workers, miners, gardeners, petrol attendants, street dwellers, university students, professionals, and ordinary people of South Africa demanded that we form the economic freedom fighters. We were formed to complete the liberation struggle, which was faced by compromise, betrayal, and corruption of the mission for the return of the land and wealth of South Africa to the hands of the people. As a result, we base our struggle on these lived realities, and we are guided by a scientific ideological outlook of Marxism, Leninism, and the teachings of Frantz Fanon. Fanon, in the context of Africa, becomes most important as we face with a country that is becoming more and more dependent on the former colonial master, and our liberation movement abandoned the struggle which led to the formation in favor of life of opulence while the people suffer. We are Marxist because we believe in the inherent need of an alternative economic system to capitalism, and we use the science of dialectics to wage our struggle for liberation. We are Leninist because we believe in the need for a vanguard party of the people to lead the struggle, one which believes in internal democracy and the waging of struggle in parliament, the judiciary, and at the grassroots level. We are anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, anti-racist, anti-sexist organization which believes in democracy and socialism as means of as the 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars, which are expropriation of South Africa's land without compensation for equal distribution in use, nationalization of mines, banks, and other strategic sectors of the economy without compensation, building state and government capacity, which will lead to abolishment of tenders, free, decolonized education, healthcare, housable jobs, including introduction of minimum wages in order to close the wage gap between the rich and the poor, marked development of African economy, and advocating for a move from reconciliation to justice in the entire continent. Open, accountable, corrupt-free government and society without fear of victimization by state agencies. These are briefly the guiding principles which make us, as the EFF, a revolutionary movement. Compatriots, the need to do away with injustice of the past demand that we create laws for the future. Because independence does not automatically mean that infrastructure of our legal system itself becomes independent. Our duty as lawmakers, as practitioners post-independence, demands of us to scrutinize existing laws and where necessary make amendments or even introduce new laws to liberate our people from the parasitic oppression that they are exposed to. The EFF, which has been in Parliament of South Africa since 2014, is engaged in this practice and we have been able to implement our vision, mission, and identity into our approach to governance and lawmaking. A few examples of how we have interpreted what needs to change at the level of governance and legislation in South Africa to enhance the cause for liberation is the introduction of the bills that we have put before Parliament. The nationalization of the Reserve Bank Bill, which seeks to place full control of South Africa's Reserve Bank, particularly monetary policy, in the hands of the state. Further to this bill introduced by the EFF in Parliament seeks to broaden the mandate of the Reserve Bank in South Africa, which currently has private shareholding, towards alleviating unemployment and curbing economic stagnation, which is due to the Reserve Bank conservative and financial sector-orientated policy outlook. The Public Finance Management Amendment Bill will in South Africa deal with a problem facing the whole continent, and that is the unregulated borrowing of the money by our government from the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. This bill, which we have introduced as the EFF, will require that National Treasury in South Africa first seek approval from Parliament to source foreign loans and establish transparency regarding such loans and their conditionalities. The debt trap of Africa to our foreign colonizers must be stopped, and that begins by regulating these loans that our leaders commit future generations to, because they will not be there when the colonizers come to collect. The Student Debt Cancellation Bill is a piece of legislation introduced by the EFF to ease the debt burden of young students who cannot access their qualification, seek employment using their qualification, or pursue postgraduate studies because their qualifications are withheld due to debt. Student debt is an obstacle to the youth who have no source of income because they cannot access their degrees, and equally cannot generate a source of income because they cannot prove that they are qualified due to their qualification being withheld. The need to unlock this qualification possesses a major opportunity to grow our expertise in our country and promote education to be at the center of our developmental objective. Insourcing Bill seeks to do away with the exploitation of labor brokers and consultancy firms which are draining the public finance of government in South Africa. In our country, the most basic of service which ought to be conducted through internal capacity are done on contractual basis and at inflated prices. The policy of outsourcing is at the center of corruption as politicians establish companies to provide services such as cleaning, security services, accounting services, maintenance services, and many more to government where the toilet papers are being sold, and go and buy the toilet papers himself instead of issuing out a tender that is unnecessary. There are certain things that can be done by the government without involving the outside players. We don't want alcohol advertised in Africa because they advertise alcohol through the means that is not a true reflection of alcohol. Why are you not advertising alcohol with drunkards and show people what alcohol will do to them? It cannot be that alcohol is advertised only with beautiful people at the beach. It must be a true reflection of what this will do to you. We have done the same before by banning the advertisement of cigarette in South Africa, and what is to follow is alcohol. The EFF is also engaged in many other programs that seeks to empower our own communities and make sure that there is local procurement. Why should a prison in Enugu should go and buy vegetables in Lagos? They must buy where they are to promote local economy and to promote their own economic growth. We cannot allow a situation where people who do not come from where we come from are actually not benefiting from what their government can provide. Compatriots, I must reiterate once again that it is a deep honor to stand before you today in Nigeria, in Enugu State, a country that holds a special place in the hearts of all South Africans who understand history, who value solidarity, who appreciate the sacrifice made by others in the cause of our freedom. Nigeria is not just another African country to us. It is a comrade nation, one that stood firmly by our side during our darkest hour. When South Africa was shackled by apartheid, when our people were murdered, imprisoned, and denied basic humanity, Nigeria rose as a giant for justice, placing South Africa squarely at the center of its foreign policy. Former President Murtala Mohammed famously declared that Africa had come of age, that the continent will no longer tolerate interference from outside powers, and this still rings true today. Nigeria set up the Southern African Relief Fund, mobilizing its citizens to contribute to the liberation struggle. Even as it faced its own challenges at home, these initiatives raised millions of dollars to support the liberation of South Africa. People paid directly from their salaries to contribute to the liberation of the people of South Africa. Nigerian students sacrificed a portion of their income through the Mandela Tax, which supported an educational training program for black South Africans, and successive Nigerian governments never stopped in their material and moral support for South Africa's liberation. In fact, Nigerian government boycotted the 1976 Olympic Games and the 1979 Commonwealth Games in protest and in opposition to apartheid government. We cannot forget all those who stood by us during difficult times. Nor can we forget that when Nelson Mandela was released from prison in 1990, one of his earliest international visits was to Lagos and Abuja to personally thank the Nigerian people. This gesture are foundation of a bond sealed in blood and sacrifice. However, this history must not remain in the past. This bond between South Africa and Nigeria must be carried forward into the present, not just in political, with its dynamism that has captured the imagination of the world. Together, we hold the keys to Africa's industrialization and economic independence. Consider what lies beneath our soils. Nigeria is blessed with abundant oil, natural gas, and growing agricultural sector. South Africa holds some of the richest deposits of platinum, gold, manganese, and coal in the world. Combined, we possess the minerals that power modern technology, the energy resources that fuel global industry, and the human capital to build a self-sufficient continent. Yet, both our nation remains trapped in neo-colonial arrangements where our raw materials are extracted cheaply and exported to Europe, America, and Asia, only to be sold back to us at crazy prices as finished goods. This is a cycle of dependency we must break. The path forward is clear. Nigeria and South Africa must industrialize together, build factories together, and process our resources on African soil. Imagine a joint program where South African mining expertise is combined with Nigerian oil wealth to create African-owned energy and resources conglomerate, one that refines, processes, and manufactures for Africa and the world. Imagine agricultural cooperation where Nigeria fertile lands provide food security for the continent, supported by South African machinery, logistics, and technology. Imagine a collaborative investment in renewable energy where South Africa's solar potential and Nigeria gas reserves are harnessed to build an integrated African power grid. Already, we have glimpses of what is possible. South African companies such as MTN, Spar, Shoprite, and MultiChoice have made significant inroads in Nigeria, creating jobs and bringing services. Nigerian businesses, investors, and cultural industries have equally expanded to South Africa. Nigerian music, filmmakers, writers influence South African culture, just as South African universities and industries provide platforms for Nigerian talent. But this cooperation has been uneven and at times marked by suspicion and the painful experience of xenophobia. Let me be unequivocal here. Xenophobia is a betrayal of African unity. It is a sickness born of poverty, inequality, and government failure. But its victims are our African brothers and sisters. Nigerians, Zimbabweans, Congolese, and Somalis are not the cause of the South Africa's unemployment crisis. The cause lies in the untransformed economy of South Africa, which remains in the hands of white minority and multinational corporations who continue to exploit labor while refusing to industrialize. Attacking fellow Africans diverts anger from the real enemy, and we must educate our people that unity, not division, is the solution to the African crisis. If we want to end one-way migration, where Nigerians are forced to leave home in search of opportunity in South Africa, we must integrate our economies. Young Nigerian engineers should be able to work in Johannesburg, Gaborone, Windhoek, Harare, Cairo, and Accra, not as foreigners, but as Africans contributing to Africa. South African entrepreneurs should be able to set up in Lagos without suspicion, but with support as partner in the shared future. We must harmonize trade policies, align visa regimes, and build continental infrastructure that connects our people. We actually do not need a visa. We don't need a visa between South Africa and Nigeria. In the same way, we don't need a visa for our people to travel in their own continent. We are one. Both South Africa and Nigeria know the pain of colonialism. Both have faced internal divisions. Both have enjoyed the pressures of global imperialism that seeks to divide and exploit and control us. Both know that the only path forward is Pan-African solidarity. We must reject the illusion that our salvation will come from Washington, London, Brussels, or Beijing. Our salvation lies here in Lagos and Johannesburg, in Abuja and Pretoria, in the hands of Africans who refuse to be divided. Together, Nigeria and South Africa can lead African continent free trade area not as a paper agreement, but as a living reality that changes the lives of ordinary people. Together, we can demand fair trade, protect our industries, and invest in education, technology, innovation. Together, we can prove that Africa is not a begging bowl, but a continent of giants. We must prove to the whole world that we are not xenophobic, we love one another. Black people are not loved in Africa and are not loved outside Africa. We have a duty to love ourselves and show the whole world on how it must treat us. We cannot treat each other badly and expect other people to treat us much better. How you treat your own brother and your own sister, it's how you teach others outside how they must treat you. The unity of our continent is paramount, and we must never associate with any xenophobic agenda that perpetuates the divisions in South Africa. Solidarity is what we need for each other. My comrades, as I close, I want to state that as Africans, our fight has never been confined to the borders. From the very beginning, the struggle of South Africa against apartheid, we knew that suffering of one oppressed people anywhere in the world is the suffering of all oppressed people everywhere. It was in that spirit that South Africa, during its liberation struggle, was embraced by Nigeria and other African nations, who declared that apartheid was not simply a South African problem, but an African and global crime. It's in that same spirit that today we say our liberation as Africans will remain incomplete if we turn a blind eye to the struggles of those who continue to suffer under occupation, colonialism, imperialism, and economic exploitation. It is this tradition of solidarity that compels us today to speak clearly on the struggle of other oppressed people. The EFF continues to stand firmly with Western Sahara, Palestine, Cuba, Haiti, the Democratic Republic of Congo as a commitment to international law and justice. In Western Sahara, Morocco's continued occupation violates the principle of the United Nations Charter and the African Union's Constitutive Act, both of which enshrined the right to self-determination. The International Court of Justice affirmed in 1975 that Morocco had no sovereignty over Western Sahara. Yet, decades later, the Sahrawi people remain dispossessed. In Palestine, we are witnessing one of the gravest violations of international law in modern history. The apartheid regime of Israel has for decades defied UN resolutions, the Geneva Conventions, and international humanitarian law. Collective punishment, the bombing of hospitals, the illegal taking of land, the killing of children, and the deliberate starvation of populations are crimes under the Roman Statute of the International Criminal Court. The world cannot remain neutral in the face of genocide. And just as apartheid South Africa was declared a crime against humanity, so too must be the international community recognize and act against Israel's apartheid and genocide. The importance of fighting on the level of the law was made evident in this case when the South African government took Israel to International Court of Justice to report their crimes when no other country will do so. This fight in international court was won when the court declared that indeed Israel was perpetuating genocide, a win that was necessary to sway some support away from Israel and to embolden other countries to speak out. This fight also led to the International Criminal Court to issue a warrant of arrest for the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his Minister of Defense for war crimes. This is the power of the legal fraternity in the global fight for the oppressed. However, the ICJ pace is slow and final judgment on charging Israel with genocide has not occurred yet. We must therefore confront the uncomfortable truth that the slow pace of these proceedings is not accidental, but reflects a global legal order designed and maintained under white supremacy. International law is swift and ruthless when prosecuting leaders of the global south, yet hesitant and cautious when dealing with crimes committed by Western powers or their allies. This is hypocrisy we must name without fear. When an African leader is accused, indictments are issued overnight, sanctions are imposed immediately, military interventions justified under the banner of international law. However, when Israel starves children in Gaza or the United States and its allies invade nations and topples governments, the same institutions suddenly discover restraint, complicity, and delay. As the legal fraternity of Africa, you cannot accept this double standard. You must be bold enough to create alternative and fair systems of accountability that do not bend to imperialist interests. If the so-called international community is unwilling to deliver justice in real time, Then Africa must advance its own courts, its own tribunals, its own instruments of solidarity and protection. Just as we build liberation movements when colonialism denied us freedom, so too must we build new legal institutions when the existing ones fail us. In Cuba, for over 60 years, the United States has imposed an economic blockade in contravention of international law, including the principle of non-interference and the sovereign right of nations to choose their social and economic system. Despite this, Cuba has demonstrated a profound commitment to human solidarity, sending doctors across the globe, including to Africa, welcoming Africans into their classrooms and participating in the liberation of the oppressed. Cuba never sent their soldiers anywhere to kill anyone. Instead, they send their doctors all over to go and save life. The tragedy of Haiti is one of historical injustice. Haiti's revolution was first declaration of black freedom in the modern world, yet it was punished with centuries of economic sabotage and enforced debt. Contrary to any principle of justice, today Haiti suffers from foreign interference, the denial of sovereignty, and the imposition of external governance. International law demands reparation, debt cancellation, and we're not experiencing peace because of its mineral resources. We must stand with DRC and demand that there must be permanent peace in DRC and everywhere else in Africa. Because DRC without peace, it will never experience economic growth. We are because DRC it is. We are the people of Southern Sudan. We must make sure that no single corner of Africa there are guns where Africans are killing each other. Africans must always be together against the enemy forces who want to exploit our country. We are here today to reclaim our land. We want the land of Africa to be returned to Africa because it belongs to the Africans. We want the minerals of Africa to be returned to the Africans because that's where they belong. We want to build industries in Africa and process our minerals here in Africa. We've got the capacity. We must never allow the imperialist forces to divide us in order to take our minerals from us. We demand one Africa. We demand borderless Africa. We demand Africa with one president, with one currency, with one military command, with one parliament, because we know the currency of Africa will be much more stronger against the American currency. We don't care what Trump thinks of us. He will never choose a policy position for Africans. We are not subject of Trump. We must refuse to be subjects of Trump. We must stand together as the world changes and show the world that Africa is one and Africa is equal to all nations, to China, to Russia, to America. We are not just a small nation. We are a big nation. We are not a dark continent. How can we be?
And we agreed that why should we be talking of foreign investment? And when we say that, naturally or almost instantaneously, we are talking of European investments, American investments, Asian investments. We want to see Mozambicans investing in Zambia, Zambians investing in Mozambique, together, as a natural progression when we talk of additional capital mobilization. And then we can bring others to lay on what the two of us are able to put together. So we're very happy that we have a business community at this dinner tonight, but the President also had a business forum this afternoon with the business community members, yes, Mozambique and Zambia. So we want to encourage that going forward. We want to see more of that deliberately. The President and I and us covered issues of, I said the corridors, connect Nacala, Beira, to our, if you like, Tazara Corridor, Central Corridor, we call it now, Lobito Corridor, Walvis Bay Corridor, and we're ambitious. The President will talk about some of those issues. It's his day today, he's the guest, but I'm just touching on some of them. And we are desirous that this is the era of economic expansion in our individual countries, but also in our region. The KKs and the group, our freedom fighters, gave us independence, political independence. Our duty is to deliver economic growth and more growth for jobs, for business opportunity in Zambia, in SADC, on the African continent. President and I agree that this generation of leaders, President Chapo, my brother, and ourselves here, is to focus on this aspect, to build on the gains that we have made so far. And I think that's the best way of remembering those on whose shoulders we're standing, those that liberated us, ran our countries. What can we say to them that we've been able to add to their achievements? It is the issues of investment, trade. And this afternoon, I must say, we signed the Chanida border post, basically one-stop. Although my personal view is that we should not pride ourselves on one-stop border post. We should pride ourselves on non-stop border posts, because technology allows us to do that. So, but anyhow, we're very happy. We want to look at also our Luangwa Zumbo, FERA, commonly known as FERA. We basically formalize these border posts and encourage our people to interact more, rather than restricting our people from living together in one community. The President reminded me that these borders were drawn for us by other people in Europe. So even cutting families, elder brother is a Mozambican, the last born, same mother, same father, is a Zambian, because the two were found on the two sides of the river. So how do we restrict ourselves from allowing that interaction? We should actually make it easier for our people to access each other and to do business with each other, raise families together, trade. I don't want to waste your time, but the President will speak more about some of the issues that we cover.
Welcome back. It's another episode and another time. Now we are in the second point, the point of fishing. The thing that we Africans, we are blessed is about water bodies. We have a lot of water bodies that we can conduct fishing activities. As you see here in front of you is a water body that people use it for fishing, but wonderful enough, look the tools or look the vessels that are used in conducting fishing activities is like these ones. These are very local ones, just because these people who are using these, they're just using for their own benefits and not for the economic purpose. Or just take an example. Order someone like this to maybe to take for you 5 tons of fishes. Is it possible that a person can use this kind of vessel for making 5 tons of fish? That is impossible. So it means that the thing or the one thing that we are lacking about the issue of tools, the equipment we are using are very local ones, and this person wants to go and come back. Maybe you actually has fighted a lot, is only about 10 maybe, or some 20 kilograms. But 20 is very far. Just take 15 kilograms per day. Means that will come back, has not yet eaten afternoon, not yet eaten evening. So per week, all those 15 kilograms are over. So it means the main issue is about the issue of vessels. The vessels are very poor in short. Not only vessels, about the issue of storage. Also, the issue of storage is very poor because most of people tend to use these local ones for the storage of their fishes that they are catching from the water. So means also the issue of storage is not much good because still there is problem in storage. So in order to solve all this and people to gain more fish and more money should invest. So somebody else should come and invest on the issue of fishing so as to get modern ships, modern nets and modern storage so as to ensure that the fishes stay for a long time so as they can be sold even by far areas because it is impossible for somebody like this who uses this kind of vessel to sell fishes to the person who stays in Jombe maybe or to someone who stays even in Songea is very impossible. Sometimes yes can reach but at very rare case. So investment is needed so as to improve and so as to make more money that may help to change our economy.
Thank you, Africa. Mama Africa. You make African great. Thank you, Africa. Thank you, Africa.
Love to all, one love to you all, family. Please make sure that you leave your comment, you leave your thoughts, idea on this live streaming. Please also share the message to other Africans here in the continent and to those who are in the diaspora.
We'll end this conversation by asking you two questions, but two related, inseparable questions about the so-called West. The number one question is, in your judgment, because these matters are matters of judgment above all. You cannot make specific predictions, but do you think that the Trump phenomenon is a historical accident, or do you think that it will change in a significant and lasting way the governance of the United States and the way it looks at its role in the world? And the second question is about Europe, because I think that if we agree that the future of Europe depends very much on the future of the United States itself, and if the Trump phenomenon will have lasting effects, not only for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. In that case, how do you see the future of Europe, of the European Union? And in your judgment, what should be, even in that case, the role of the European Union vis-à-vis Africa in general? Do you think the Europeans could play a significant role, a positive in your judgment, and to contribute to stabilize also at least the African geopolitics?
Well, I'll talk more about the West than Trump. I think the West is produced by one M to be where. So the West, I think, has taken things for granted, in my view. Taken things for granted that they know everything, they have everything, they can decide on everything, and the others don't matter, they will just anyway toe the line and that's it. So what is happening in the West today, producing any leader that is there or that will come in the future, I think I mentioned that the West has taken things for granted. But even internally, in the West, there are things that need to be resolved. And that's why there will be challenges in every country or in the entirety of European Union or other places of the West, including United States. It's okay within their own sphere of influence and interest. And what was wrong was always in the rest of the world, not with them. But I think there are people also in the West. There are people, there are leaders, there are civil society, there are business, and so on and so forth. But they are ordinary people. The reaction is that produces different leaders that people may either appreciate or complain about or do that is the contradiction within the society that has not been properly addressed, and as I said, that people took for granted. But in the end, it has to find a way to surface, and you have to deal with it. And for us in Global South, Africa, and my country, I have said it, we have had a history that has not so much to be proud of in terms of development, in terms of prosperity, and therefore the stability. We have had tribal, instead of having real nations, even if it was to bring together tribes. But what made it worse, instead of being able to build our own systems and capacities and cooperate with others, we also accepted the dictates that have been brought to us from the North. So in our case, if you look at, as I did allude to that, in trying to build from nothing, like in my country, which was literally destroyed, and we have had to build, and we are making some progress. We are not where we want to be at all yet. But we looked within, partners with different people, and we got a lot of support, but we had to start with ourselves. And I think the continent needs to do that. The continent needs to look at what it has, almost everything. The people, the other resources, and the good cultures that can be drawn from a lot of knowledge and practices that make people proud of who they are. So we don't do that. We tend to look at, somewhere else. And then we find these powers also who want to impress upon us that we really don't have much, we don't mean much, we can only survive because of them. So this notion has to be challenged, and has to be challenged by all of us. In fact, including even from the North, the very people that this originates from also have to challenge it. So more cooperation, more respect for each other, and not assuming that it is one side that decides what is wrong and what is right. There has to be rejection, and moving forward, we can find a more stable global environment. People talk about the rules-based international system. Which are these rules? Who makes them? And if we really were to respect even from originating from the big powers, why would we have that? So there is a lot of work to do for all of us. even from small countries like mine, we can at least raise a voice and shout and say, maybe if we did this, we could. So everyone should have some space to express themselves and contribute what is good for everyone and for the rest of the world.
Financing sovereignty then means reducing dependence on external funding, mobilizing internal resources, and establishing a control plan. When it comes to budgetary choices, there is no sovereignty over financial heads. I would like to say here, Africa does not need all this debate about debt, about what African debt represents on a global scale. This is what we are experiencing today. A war that has already cost hundreds of billions of dollars, certainly. A single Patriot missile to shoot down an Iranian drone costs $1 million. How many missiles have been fired? You can't even imagine it. And that's just one example, a small example. Africa's debt means absolutely nothing. What Africa needs is a global consensus. A strong one, since Africa is the only continent that still has room for growth, capable of driving global growth over the next 30 years. What China was for the past 30 years. Only Africa has this potential. And we are ready to reach this consensus with a moratorium on debt suspension. A targeted catalytic investment to propel the continent, which in turn will propel the world for the benefit of everyone. Unfortunately, no one will do it for Africa. Africans need to be aware of this. And that is why, unfortunately, one of Africa's main problems is the issue of leadership and political and state misconduct. It is one of Africa's main problems. Not all, but the majority of our leaders don't even know what to do with power. Not all, but the majority. They want to enjoy it, to hold on to it as long as possible, but there is no vision and no ability to unite around what truly matters.
Hello Africa family, please take a moment to watch this video.
One of the most insidious forms of dependence is cognitive. When the categories we use to analyze our own realities are borrowed from elsewhere, when our public policies are designed within frameworks that do not include our own, then we are dependent without even realizing it. Sovereignty is also a battle of ideas. And finally, sovereignty means uniting, because no African state taken alone can make a significant impact in the international system. No state taken alone can make a significant impact in the international system. Regional integration is not an option, it is a necessity. Continental Free Trade Area, the AFCFTA, emerging tech startups, or Pan-African educational projects show that we have already begun to build economic and cognitive sovereignty. The AFCFTA can be the historic site of productive integration. But without an industrial strategy, without a policy of local transformation, without each member state being individually viable, open market, but a tool for African economic structuring. In the same way, ECOWAS must be strengthened. The recent intention with the countries of the Alliance of Sahel States must not lead to a lasting fragmentation of the West African space. We have the responsibility to rebuild bridges, to recreate dialogue, and to frame these differences within a perspective of political compromise rather than rupture. The future will not be built through separation, but through the ability to articulate different visions within a common project. Veneristic. The ECOWAS countries, it is together as the ECOWAS space. To be a power, there are two aspects that seem essential to me, as Professor Monemoire Piracroix. They are territory and population, demography and geography. I do not know of any power on a territory of 100 square kilometers and a population of 18 million inhabitants. I do not know of any. If we want to talk about Israel, it's not a power, it's just another state of the United States in reality. It's a power of the future. I do not know of any. Individually, if our countries are well managed, well administered, well governed, we can be rich countries, comfortable countries with some of the highest human development indices. The Scandinavian countries are among them. They are the richest countries in terms of development. But does that make them powers? Absolutely not. China covers 9 million and some square kilometers with 1.3 billion people. If it is well managed, it is a power. The Israelis have 9 million square kilometers for 200 or 300 million inhabitants. That could be a power. In the case of ECOWAS, with 5 million and some square kilometers and 400 million inhabitants, if we adjust and manage ourselves well, we will soon be a power. I'm running out of time. I'm going to wrap up quickly. Finally, this sovereignty that we are calling for again cannot be achieved without fully integrating the issue of youth. Africa is the youngest continent in the world. It will continue to be so by 2050. Are we going to turn this into a demographic dividend, or will it become a burden against ourselves? Some Asian countries are almost doomed to disappear. I'm talking about countries like Japan and Korea. If they don't reverse the trend over the next 200 years, there will be no population left. Africa has this extraordinary potential. And I am among those who believe that we must refuse to have certain birth control policies imposed on us. We are one of the least populated continents. We are one of... The ladies might not be very happy because Group U actually has more than 2. But we are one of the least populated continents. Over 30 million square kilometers, we are 1.3 billion inhabitants. I told you that China has the same population on 9 million square kilometers, which is 3 times less or even more. We must not accept being made to believe that we are too many. We are not yet numerous enough. On the other hand, in relation to these dividends, if they are not exploited and properly directed, they become a ticking time bomb among us. That is the truth. Our youth, as well as our diaspora, represent a powerful strategy. The African diaspora already contributes through its financial transfers, its skills, and its international networks. We must fully integrate it into our sovereignty project. African youth is not a problem to be managed, it must be a force to be organized. Everywhere on our continent we see young people creating, undertaking, inventing, producing music, culture, technical solutions, often in extremely difficult conditions. This dynamism is real, but it remains insufficiently structured by our economies and our public policies. This is where an essential part of sovereignty is at stake, because youth left without prospects becomes a vulnerability. But youth that is educated, integrated, and mobilized becomes a strength. We must therefore make this youth not a variable for adjustment, but a strategic pillar. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not want to stick to the rest of the speech because it is very long. I still have 3 pages left, but I will now conclude. To tell you that we are ready to bear the cost of sovereignty, because sovereignty comes at a price. Sovereignty has a cost because it involves difficult choices, sacrifices, and sometimes conflicts. To achieve this, every political power must set itself the goal of working, not for the next election, but much more for the next generation. And this struggle will not be won through slogans or incantations, but through the ability to combine autonomy, patriotism, and strategy in a changing world. This is the task to which we are called, and ultimately, it is this responsibility that we have been able to avoid. Together, we can establish Africa as a major player in the world of tomorrow. The new Senegal, for its part, asks neither for permission to be sovereign, nor for intelligence to think for itself. It wants to engage in dialogue with everyone, align itself with no one, and contribute to a world where the dignity of peoples matters more than the rank of powers. The path forward for us is therefore perfectly clear. Our mission is to transform the concept of sovereignty so that it is no longer just a simple political slogan, but becomes a living, breathing language for our people. For us, the act of refusing the world as it currently exists is actually another way of entering it on our own time. Thank you all very much for your time and your kind attention today.
Thank you very much, but I think the applause does not do justice to the brilliance of a man. Thank you very much. I think you heard well, Mr. Prime Minister. He reminded us that we must manage our time. He himself managed his time and gave us an ellipsis of part of his speech. But I think that, dear Prime Ministers, thank you from the bottom of my heart. This is what we have done. This is what we have done. What have we done? We must speak with complete words and not cut them short. We are going to put it quite simply and directly, let each of us take the time to fully digest and reflect upon everything we have heard today and allow it to serve as a vital provision for our journey moving forward. We must simply remember that it is not by merely standing and talking in front of a simple bowl of uncooked rice that you ever actually end up cooking it. You are calling us to action, you are calling us to effective action, to responsibility, and I think this country needs that. I'm not quite sure how to put this, but I'm struggling to find the right way to express it. I don't know how to say it. I don't even dare to speak out. There's the minister who has the armed forces watching me. No, that's not what we're here for. I think that in this context, the coordinator announced a series of conferences. It's spaces like these that we need to hear the details of these visions. It's spaces like these that we need to understand the intentions of the VDEVs. We grasp the words, but do we know the meaning behind them? We hear about destinations, about projects, but do we know which train to take to get there? We need organizations like the Club Nation in Development to come back. Organizations like that. This Agora was built for that purpose. Sir Coordinator, it's difficult for me to judge. We've been coming together for 36 years since our teams in La Réunion. But I think you had the duty to keep challenging our intellectuals, our researchers, and our leaders, so that the people can better understand the intentions. We have about 10 minutes left before we part ways. I remind my brothers Sekede and Diabini that their favorite moment is coming, a cocktail at the end. But after this intellectual banquet, I think many won't feel like eating much. At this point, we would now like to let our speaker answer 2 or 3 questions from the audience. However, we kindly ask that you please remain seated where you are, as we have our microphones ready to be brought right next to you. And then the Prime Minister will close this session, reminding everyone that tomorrow students and pupils are invited here to a sharing session. I'll just remember this. Beautiful phrase. My grandmother used to tell me that she only knew her jikus. Jikna. What we know is co-dignity. Every nation has its own identity, every people has its own historical journey. And when Africa came together in the 13th century at the Charter of Mandan to make the first declaration of human rights, many countries in this world were in ideological stagnation and a total fog of thought. So I think Africa has plenty to look at within Africa itself. Just this kora with 21 upright strings is a message about the cycle of 7, and understanding and analyzing it will keep us from wanting to put keys on our kora to tune it to the piano that comes from our balafons. Mr. Speaker, you may respond. I believe your microphone is already on.
Thank you. It's difficult to conclude such a rich day. I have a lot of thoughts about the fact that France has problems within the tribe. I think we can distinguish between the Kalumali of Niger and of Berdila. And I think that in these countries they have developed military relations, but I'm not sure that this has been a winning change for them. And I'm not sure that fighting actually brings security instead of turning a country into a place of pleasure The case of signal relations is completely different. So we're going to make things difficult. But I would like to follow up on the Prime Minister's speech, which was very rich, and maybe you could get the written text since you combined it. You actually began your remarks, Mr. Minister, by saying that in the 15 months since Donald Trump has been in power, the world has not gotten better. The world has actually gotten worse. But the United States is also doing worse. And here Trump is relying solely on hard power and is not playing the soft power card at all. And the United States is becoming increasingly disliked by the world because of this brutal behavior, with this madness of wanting to increase the US defense budget from $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion per year, which is probably insane. And one might wonder, if Donald Trump questioned Joe Biden's mental faculties, it's clear that the same criticism could be applied to him when you see the kind of decisions he's made during this period. As for those who finance you, that's something that works out well. And so, war as a means is not, you mentioned China. I think the slogan of the strike is, "Make America Great Again," but the result is, "Make China Great Again." Because since 1979, the year diplomatic relations were established between China and the United States has been constantly at war. Thank you. A difference in growth and in the fact that China can actually present itself as a stable country. Whereas for many, the United States, which used to be a protector, has become a predator. Wanting to move away, wanting to break apart, wanting to get involved. And so in fact the protector country has become the predator, and that poses a certain risk. Speaking of the book, it is shown from this premise that disagreements do not prevent debate, and that indeed there may be things may have fallen apart in the chapter written by Caroline, and that did not stop us from having this debate. And I think that's also what a debate is. We didn't really come here just for the sake of debating, for the sake of time, and we had the honor of accepting something. There were passages that bothered us a bit that we missed. For the third part, your speech, you spoke the words of ethics, of responsibility. Indeed, when you're in the opposition, making proposals, and then you come to power, how to keep those commitments without giving up, especially when you find yourself in a situation that's been a bit botched, with things hidden really, and everything changes completely compared to what you expected, and off you go. And indeed, the challenge is knowing how to take realities into account in order to transform them. To take truths into account so as to convey these realities and put them at the service of a people's strength. And on that point, we agree that a state which puts its services at the disposal of its people can bring people together, can achieve something more. And that's truly what I wish for you, to implement this patiently. Slowly, steadily, your program. Indeed, to move from being a moral leader to a leader who implements what he promised when he was in the opposition.
That have never been properly adapted to our specific needs. Otherwise, we would have long since surpassed the outside. And so our desire is also useful to the people without transforming the structures. And when the state becomes an instrument of accumulation rather than emancipation, I said that patriotism becomes hollow. And that is why transparency, accountability, and the exemplary conduct of the elites must be at the heart of our sovereignty project. Without credible governance, no patriotism can last. And this patriotism, for us, is a patriotism of responsibility. To love one's country is first and foremost to make ourselves more just. More free, more educated, more credible, more capable of contributing to the world. In other words, patriotism is not the verbal glorification of the flag. It is not inherent to one's being. It is the ability of a state to protect its interests without lying to its people, without humiliating their ways of life. It is therefore the ability of a state to protect its interests without lying to its people, even if the message is unpopular, without forgetting its neighbors and without insulting the intelligence of the world. But this reflection cannot take place outside of the world. And this is the third focus of my speech: sovereignty, patriotism, the world. And the world, precisely as the speaker reminded us earlier, is changing. Today we are witnessing a profound transformation in international affairs. The multilateralism that Africa is calling for today, Mr. Boniface, I am in agreement with you. The multilateral, supposedly equal rules. On the contrary, it is a corrective multilateralism, addressing the asymmetries of the international market, which have become insufficiently legitimate. Africa's right to have a say in the creation of norms, the need to reform global governance, especially in finance and security, and the obligation to break free from the pride where old dependencies are resurfacing in new forms. In this multipolar world, Africa must speak to everyone, work with those who respect our agenda, and no longer confuse things. Partnership does not mean tutelage. I do not know the power of Korea. Every country, every nation must have the freedom to define itself on its own agenda. And imposed agendas are never in favor of the country that follows them. In this multipolar world, Africa must prioritize cooperation, also continue to diversify its partners, and create strategic alliances that strengthen its autonomy rather than denouncing its dependencies. Unipolarity, which resulted from the end of the Cold War, is crumbling. New powers are emerging, redefining the balance and reshaping alliances. What we call the multipolar world is becoming a reality. Should we be pleased about it? Should we be wary of it? Should we be afraid? The answer is simply both at the same time. Because the nuclear world opens up new spaces. It allows for diversifying partnerships, negotiating differently, and loosening certain constraints. But it guarantees nothing. It does not automatically produce sovereignty. Diversifying or changing partners without changing the underlying logic simply shifts dependence. It does not overcome it. I told you a long time ago, to answer the lady's question, we were still holding our positions when I said that it was out of the question to simply replace one flag with another. That sovereignty requires the power to defend one's interests, to uphold a certain equality in international relations, and to apply one's rules uniformly to all partners. As far as we are concerned, for us, it is not a matter of swapping one flag for another, nor one patron for another. Interests. And in this game, only those who are able to define and defend their own interests can hope to fully exist. So the question is not whether the world is becoming angry. The question is whether Africa will be able to be a player in it and not simply a playing field. We've been talking about growth for years, but for whom? Certainly not for Africans and for Africa, otherwise we wouldn't have so much poverty and so much unemployment on our continent. This is where the essential is at stake, because sovereignty is not described, it is built, it is financed. It is organized and it is defended. To build sovereignty means, first of all, to produce. To produce what we consume, to process what we extract, to master value chains. There is no sovereignty without a productive base. There is no sovereignty without a productive base. Yet, the main problem in Africa is the lack of a productive base. A primary sector that is drained, a secondary sector that is non-existent, an over-profitable tertiary sector that is essentially dominated by the informal economy. We cannot achieve our development, let alone sovereignty, under these conditions. And the non-negotiable prerequisite for sovereign production is the fair appropriation or reappropriation of our natural resources. Africa cannot continue to be the only continent that possesses natural resources. Without benefiting from them, or only benefiting from the crumbs that fall from the table. Our oil, our gas, our phosphate, our zircon, all our natural resources must first and foremost benefit Africa. This is the challenge which we have been trapped. And you can understand the entire struggle that has been mine since I became the head of this government. You hear me talk about negotiation, about study. It's about taking things into our own hands. The resources that belong to us, being able to work with partners, but in a cooperation that is mutually beneficial. That is the goal of all this work. And then we're told the agreements have been signed in the name of international law, you can't touch them anymore. Mr. Boniface reminded us earlier of the directives, the United Nations conventions regarding the rights of peoples over their own natural resources. Is it normal that Senegal does not benefit from its gas, its phosphate, and that we are confronted with the signatures of corrupt authorities, excuse my language, who signed to the detriment of Senegal's interests and those of its people? There is an empty world. This calls out to us, to each and every one of us. Now, we have to engage directly with those in power. Our principles and values from yesterday must be the same today. We must be enabled for. The clear time means that there is no reality of power that matters. It is a challenge to the power of the realities we desire. There is no sufficiency of reality. Therefore, we must achieve a demanding patriotism. A patriotism that does not settle for merely celebrating the flag, but works to build it. A patriotism that connects the elites to the people, not through words, but through responsibility. Because there will be no sovereignty without a social base. There has never been sovereignty without a social base. There will be no sovereignty without popular allegiance. There will be no sovereignty without what we might call a collective political morality. A political...
Thank you, Africa. Mama Africa. Oh, yeah. You make Africa great. Thank you, Africa. Thank you, Africa.
Are we about to witness the end of the petrodollar, the system that was established in the aftermath of the Second World War, based on the exploitation of the vast oil and gas resources of the Gulf monarchies, but with extremely significant investments and the solidification of the dollar as the international currency of exchange? History will teach you very soon. What I mean by that is that Mr. Trump got exactly the opposite of what he was seeking when he started this war. What consequences or lessons are there for us Africans? Iran has just shown us, I'm not here to judge whether the Iranian regime is good or bad, but Iran has just shown us that when a people believe in themselves, believe in their abilities, when they are convinced that they are a strong civilization rooted in their own values, well, that people can withstand anything.
Hello Africa family, brothers and sisters, please take a moment to watch this video.
Apart from sowing chaos and disorder in their wake, in these countries, none of these wars was won because none of the objectives was achieved. We would not cite these countries as examples of democracy, according to the Western conception at any time. What was the objective assigned for the war in Iran? It was to replace the regime that was not accomplished. The same regime, in its most radical and harshest form, continues, and the United States is forced to discuss and negotiate with this regime. Reducing Iran's ballistic capabilities did not happen either. Forcing Iran to give up any nuclear program, whether civilian or military. That is not an objective that has been achieved. None of the objectives have been achieved. And yet the world is plunged into chaos that nothing can justify. Mr. Trump is not a man of peace. He is a man who destabilizes the world. Alongside all this, what more can he add than to regret the behavior of the other Western faction, always giving lessons as if they were eternal moral authorities? From the very start of hostilities, all Western governments made statements deploring the violation of international law and the international order. It stops there. And to soften the law and violations, in fact, leadership, they have terror who was constantly oppressing his own people. Furthermore, they claim that he was successfully infiltrated because he was not a dictator merely pretending to be a Jew, which is a deceptive act that absolutely nothing in this industry. It is not up to them to judge for other people. It is enough to do so for themselves, which seems to be the most important. Lamenting violations on the other hand, their means available does not amount to little ignorance. What does we draw from all this? We still have to wait for the real crisis. The right reason is not perhaps not issue the carbon energy. We should act only for the least prepared hours. It comes on food any but only from what is commonly referred to as the trap. The president certainly knows better than we do. But what really means is the realization that the power that exists was starting to lose ground, in not its top growing power thoughts, particularly China. This is adopted by the president. Trying to influence Europe, across Africa and the Gulf, trying to cut off supply routes to the in the world ocean. The United States will not escape the extremely negative consequences. Going to witness the fall of the Asian countries which are having a the limb American, which host American military bases. South Korea, some countries were not subject to the United States. In the they were able to counter the Iran threats. With countries that have rearmed themselves, including nuclear, to part their security united in the face of power. These are questions under about the system in the aftermath of the Second World War, the resources of the monarchies, and to the fate of Dutch national. What is that Trump got exactly the opposite seeking when he started war? What are there for us Africans? Iran just shows us to judge whether the Iranian regime is good or bad, but Iran shows us there is when they are convinced that they are strong real values, well, people can withstand. What lessons are Africa? National Assembly Ladies and gentlemen, governmental deputies, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mayor of our scientific committee, Mr. ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Modernizing Committee, Mr. Damogouche. Such a fluctuating issue for content requires I acknowledge this effort that has made our meeting today possible. I would also like to express my gratitude to Mr. And I thank his analysis and consistency. He helps to shed light on contemporary debates. He gives discussions and enriches his. But as a remark, I make you which admit regarding the work on my personal contribution today will not all of you and incredibly positive have already been said about this. I really want to take up this is the most beautiful and meaningful word that I have ever encountered in my entire life. This is from the West for the moment. But allow me a few subjective reflections beyond development. The person is I not think I deserve it. Recognition of millions of cities and personal opinion, Professor delicate and interesting of Western ends, even if it is a research. So important item. Just raise the Senegalese who want to bring all forms of it. In the interpretation of that, I quote the glimmer of our without people who stood up and indoctrination, and to strip away the legitimacy of revolutionary process that is the No, Gatsa is not a deviation. It is people who refuse to. So the homeland or death is not a threat. The echo of panic struggles against oppression. For example, let me give you the famous slogan of the French Revolution, which from 1789 to 1799 period of change. Among liberty, eternity, or death, the epic slogan was simply liberty. Religious based on evidence. It does not describe to us as an universal resistance. And determined steadfast people in the face of this. We have been the most peaceful until it tracks away the earth. Yet that very specific moment, that we the entire people standing along with us can really see this is with a threatened stance of popular distance. Little and ambivalent to the of this language of advice which, if we did not know your opinions, your positions, your courageous and independence, could be seen as a political project. When there is a publication of works exploiting particular regions, it does not protects against attempts to fragment one invisible. Device historical narrative within the country. And we interpret freedom is a reason. If some people to tell their own history and shape their own future, not because you have just repeated the people of it is different. And people dictators who are just waiting. The use of this term strips them of their active role in this struggle for sovereignty. There is no collective dynamic when reading this part of the text, as if to distance his group from the people, who are erased in favor of a narrative centered on the external judgment of the leader. The leader, nevertheless, is an influential figure. Beyond the great honor of prestigious and selective ranking, I wanted to share with you these few critical notes in anticipation of some of your comments about our flawed selves and our political, which, as you see me, external discourse, everyone speak to each other for the first time today. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference in heritage and mutual world and outrage Africa as a whole sovereignty has to reflect together on how our words that circulate with such ease that they end up losing their weight, autonomous, patriotic, sovereign. They have become familiar, almost comfortable, and yet, as soon as we try to, because after all, what exactly are we talking about when we speak of African sovereignty? Are we talking about a legacy or a work in progress, an achievement or Africa or about Africa or a single entity? Africa is 50%. About Africa is a simple matter. States, peoples, languages, cultures, or even a variation of shades and glory of its skin. What is essence? The rise of monobotanism. These are not factors of long before. But our heritage is not limited to great civilizations. Our art and our living intellectual these societies are his place. That lived in societies, beacon economical dynamics. Outward, in a support within its history, marked both by and sheds light to different countries. They have their islands, their constituted international organizations, but do they decide when is not necessary? Kwame Nkrumah reminded us, politically depends with economic things. We are not in the universal. We challenge it in by or morals that if our own historical trajectory measures civilization, distinction, sovereignty, and relationism, choosing its merits, that's it. But it is not enough to categorize under these conditions becomes a legal form without material. Here, sovereignty truly entirely collective capacity is not about power. These additions results legal security, economic transition, can be insufficient. Not only and this is which comes into play. Patriotism today is often misunderstood. Either it is reduced to a discipline, a demand, to accept the name of here. I wanted to be which does not take place over here or just hold for a long period, but a period from the Council of in an open international world with official and national, many of those who carried them realized themselves that they were not able to. They want to feed our country, Senegal. That everyone is aware of. Yes, I know the debt we inherit is enough to consider a country like Senegal and add the national. Many of us are not ready to make sacrifices. As long as and we are here to stand with the but also the interdependence. When the instrument of liberation, because it's no exactly is on of both an individual is intent and what is composed removed to exfiltrate that would be a fundamental law. No one. The United States and the West have engaged in many wars in decades.
Many countries supposedly this involves people. A lot of us are actually any age for us it gave a lot of speak out against corruption and pastors believe that which are being caught speaking up correctly. But it says is that we're talking five. That's not, there are many cases being handled, but it's just them getting. There are also some who have stolen, but who do what is called that's back with because they can try to make a trust pop in. We've also still takes his view. Which we've also still takes his view. Which is wrong but instead is wrong But instead, because of a person pays for that was to the people, that's okay, and it will stop. The majority of those we call the servants of the people, the civil you to civil. And if you take action, right, we're giving them. That's what it showed from that particular thing. All of this we've shown, because our facing justice, being reimbursed, a lot of things are, and say that a lot. I'm glad they want to advise and spread.
It would not point. You're still with more than what is mentioned.
Otherwise, you need to make discourse haven't grasped fundamentals. They will always in their new. They are doing great because they are regular adopting with their so that equip our forces in them to build our country. And they bring out and we will convert the that's how. So if stuck to the old ways, that's how. So if stuck to the old ways, we wouldn't have been able to reach this level.
Mr.
The boo times we had our years. The road then I just when I took to propose for the cost 3 months, 1 to that. I said 2 lanes each. So the sin that it the fear. Outdate what the way. I said you often have they just smile. Activated and down to retail. The restricted but even the gun crusher for the quarry. And after that there were ways. The economy and for our forces, the highway Burkina Africa, a collection is still coming. Have you Gold is the same as currencies that did you see what happened? Went through a period of 3 to we thought transactions wouldn't go to all solution. Just equipment, artificial channel cost to acquire when we into that. Our transactions were also blocked. And we're here, we won't buy keep that was ours. Let's go to in the semester. And that him to the headshot and so in that. Just wouldn't be able to survive. And we won't be able to lend the people of it. So yeah, I have talked to my we need gold is people need something in this world. Where some people have courage, it's true. For a certain people yeah. So build up as much as possible. And we all the most cross that what need into its everything is. That's what those are who are and killed everywhere in the world. Is it that they're here in Africa or they live there? We have some changed. But if the leaders don't need oil, we may not have oil through the gold. Going to we will hold we've did progress to see it's fine. Go and get full gold. But I'm saying
precisely, Mr. President. Burkina Faso.
That's true. You'll never be told the exact amount. They can get that now. That's it. No one should think they don't inspire you.
You have you need to
still in. We're only at the end. You see, for example, let's get up in the morning. That little stream of Burkina, you could comparing and to manufacture them. So this, we need to first look at what we do every day. Today that we seem to I'm doing that. I'll try to still in its cloud. What you see is all kinds of big and product. Born will build factory necessity. Do my after body pants that will pass like we remember because we would go to fly markets with it. That's right. We can process from that oil and then we today was just not really for opening yourselves at home. In fact, use pineapple juice. So nothing less self will be 26 ling. And just tackle school. You can talk about the words. They look for silver. To buy the nut. Nuts are things that small machines can make. So industry, everyone needs to understand. It ranges from small scale to big. All young people that we use. Going to communicate and it is projects in the sectors to avoid imps and that's what I can say.
I can celebrate the National Day to commit on these days. The first phase, my pride. Message specifically does Burkina Faso.
That's God willing, there will say things of every night. We celebrate the fate of the food and meaning related the process of modernizing our possible analysis. Let us consume what we produce. Our farmers are hardworking. Let's produce, process, and to have the luxury. That's what we want. We can achieve it. That wasn't 1, 2. in fact, is my point. That's for me. I don't get it. I just drink some tea and croissants and all that. That's not my. The day I make that my concern, my hat be that this here, my farmers, just here, builders. I eat chocolate. I can tell you that I have chocolate. There's a much bugger. Master Bail. That's all. And there are more about the. Someone wants to know where I go to buy that we need to be aware. And some people are being impotent, processed, make people that's the truth. Even medics have too many infection decks here. Lucky to know things. The focus we have here. What is and then you even receive proposal for an equip that'll do. Look, I prefer that. Because we have to be careful. They try to wipe us out, and it's not that they're. A plate that had porcelain and so on. Everyone used it. Make it work. That is why I say out this area. We'll be ourselves again, be able to respond to use to consume. So much will think to be spilled and won't please some people. No one want to progress. And yet with this here project, in fact, we need to, well, we are, that matters. So it's a bit of what is moving in direction.
In any case, efficiency and but as you said, we need to produce a lot of industrialists and produce get the burden of that.
Even with a lot of effort. So need to see when the minister, who was newly appointed afterwards, said, yet we have to find ourselves. The first will frequent ourselves. Taxes will control from the 2nd of 2023, and 23 from 2022. We tried, but still had debt from the payoff. And little from the end of the year, there are any debts from previous. From the previous. Contrary, I just don't have large invoice. So this means that we have moved over in 700 billion that had been years. And we have managed to get after as I speak. So that may have it was later on. We that consider over and they did that. Making it so that small businesses not have any debt allowed. Major efforts have been made. We continue to monitor this step by step.
This is compared to what's being done digitally.
As I said, a lot of things. But I'm hoping to have all the generators before January. As you may have noticed, it was just a few days ago. You did bring on the site. They is practically. The port to Ouagadougou. It takes at least a month. Unfortunately, there are even we haven't been able to bring yet. So even if March as well, you and everything short time. We used to half energy from Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. That's why we added down our plants. So we could, and here too, as our things, we give them functions. Mostly 5 days, we're looking at 70 more. Even the challenge. The plants are built and has to set up in every instead of constant to support the floating installed. I think finished. So they have been targeted even just to how to energy as possible, as long as we don't face our national constraints. As long as it isn't even of having changing these 100 order tables build. You may have noticed all around the powerless is to build what we're working on so that we can have
February, the state created a community open up aim of implement shareholding. Use the process that has been.
So we said as long will. It was fought against. We've seen it. We even began covering up post APEC post everything. Who had been bothered to do it? Liberators fought back. That's it. Did it because and so to me, this recognition. People are already being paid to call me. In fact, the APEC were born and faced it. Weather the storm and APEC until if in a few days they will pour the first ink. Because they are currently installing that, and the second line will begin operation soon as well. This will come quickly to the castle units, power and all that. But we're able to only exploit the gold, but also to make use of it. The castle units more.
Mr. Dent, before we cover the area and we have many chaos, we have a simple go through there. Truly the main rights is managed.
The experts met and agreed what we're going to try to implement for the operation of this entire shows. So in this area, because what capabilities need power. That's an operation for various locations across the entire area. So that's an important thing. So the integration and the organization integral. That I am curious others or within fusion organization. We say integrate course. People as a country. Even we have a mechanism to plan this for countries. Yes, fight effectively from the past election we can deal with them fully. The nation system because they don't even develop badge. They are asked the economy develop. I think are quite big by and it's the economy of the world.
Excellencies on March 12th is calling for the release of Pambazu. It is in favor.
Union, did they ever leave us? Yes. Zoom in any place. Return to this. People are us. And that's exactly describing what we does to Africa. They are dictated, but they union built by Africa. We have no share. We see them, they're beating rates, agreements, can't find the side over there. The terms, oligarchy are inevitable. That you don't have anymore. In any case, we want to operate properly. If it's someone under us, no. That's it. That is our goal. That's what we're doing over. You're in the light. You do whatever. Okay, we're getting ready.
Mr. President, the AS has shared with one voice and joint actions carried out at this time, with diplomatically speaking, in the late moment.
So maybe more that it's true, inflation, each of its relations and all that. At some point, if you're going for need of it, that requires city in our internally, so it's been through to our nation. We sort of consulting on it, and that we will have a on this, so that bilateral interpretation.
American enterprise. Most so what is the extent of this?
Yeah, in the process of modifying the existing included an executive agent. I suggest a search agent because we help ourselves to become a driving force because it's not obvious they want to have it. So there are things that can be one country, others in another, and we can maximize that. The most important part that will be that better potency.
Token being taken into this, Mr. President, it's time that the level of the success of dialogue, all these young people have been indoctrinated, working with
yes, there is work. That's to get a lot to understand. Images of certain people that I know here. But you know, the indoctrination in Africa has been deep, very, no matter what anyone says, plenty of young people governments in the name of religion. That undeniably is it. Tell our people. So we need to get evil involved in the work. Here, on another we're speech everywhere. You know, Europe. There are many over there. The reality. You can't destroy a race with opposites. Many of them are because they believe religion. For that, Muslims come from all over to preach to them in indoctrinate. That's it. They have these and literally off. People is actually religion, alcohol and drugs. There's a work. You know what the impulsions. I believe the two children are protected somewhere, but they go fools. The one sense they believe. That's why we need to develop management. It is not ready. That's imperative. I agree with you. It's somewhere. We need to have a single. And we should reach going in. Now it's not us young people. You're an infidel, and they despise you so they kill you if you paradise. People like that are written in purpose. It's not working. In any case, we are working on this and have to chat a bit. And I think the event in
Mr. President, with having the Middle East of Hormuz, possibility that closing the war of this war there could have consequences for our economies. The economy of the special oil.
Definitely. There also in Burkina Faso, gasoline, diesel, gas. The private with our own we export days here. But we're also distributed these kinds of hyperpoles. The barrel has the resource itself is electricity more. Well, we don't mean this. There will be a cost to the refineries. Is imported. It's complicated. I cannot feel this. It's not and not interpretation. This is the way that we on table. See folks around. We are hearing as the resource. How to develop batteries to what installations and so that we no longer have to deport. It's a bit strange. All African countries that most of oil because we are see that for the price of vitality.
All right, really? We have officially reached the very end of the if you way. My dear, for all of the ahead of step aside the team segment. All right. The second of the program segment also journalist from Channel presenting the British news. And also please have with us Gil TV video look at TV. So dear colleagues, let's open this chapter with news. And for once, let's do things differently and start. Your very question today is the state.
The future. The overall I think you are national and country today you're making of this hood. And so sovereignty independent does revenue do in the revolution will change no. Well important not to mix it up. As a revolution there are in West who struggle. We see and we TV shows many people speak out to fight freedom. And everyone has an interest in this. Sees of some may be opposed our ideology. Literally, the revolution will fight against this ideology because we want out and and fights against God.
Yes, so Mr. Dupont.
Question: how is contribution to the last states? It is not the ace.
Togo is a country. Anyway, I would like to simply thank the authorities. And that I speak of straight part. I speak of a brotherly country. People protect you, to kill you, a brother help you. I think that's what I can say. Nation, whether in the economic yes. And of inspiration. In the fight as we say to one another, the plan is it's not up to the to get authorization at local level. Even the staff itself. The forces coexist in every so it is an action partner. It's about that's more.
It's
a logical team who can try to destroy us. So, who wanted Togo for a long time, didn't just start at a certain point with rather overwhelming evidence. The Togolese authorities decided to be acknowledged.
With face extradition, why?
He ends of the justice, link everything.
Excellent. That's cool. So you come out.
But there are many more. There are many that have been. They are determined to make it. Those are the ones we call slaves sell those Africa who do not want Africa to be free. Everything they can do. Instead of going to the society, we do not do that. But these countries that later that way, lackeys, derivatives, they are made and unfit in Africa. Everything gives us life on the journey. And so the constant imperialist is the most you can put on a mentality. It's a question, as I said. The European people thought, I hope your leaders who have been sounding the alarm. Who said that France exploits Africa? These ways of migration you countries, especially she's able to sit in the same way. So imperialism persons to dominate another once who is other. He can be African, European, the American, he can be Asian, but any individual others are dominant. That is an
individual for the achievement of the spirit that one's flee.
Yes, well to do. You think that the mainstream media will spend lying about people aren't open it. It's false. Everything they want to give using the news. From has its limits. There are a country war. We are not anyone to watch what they feel. The localism try to sabotage our country. Those imperialists. The freedom, as we have said, doesn't have a side. Free settings and when whatever, but with a fight, we're going to fall into decline. The freedom of reality. So let's talk first the French authorities. So let's confuse them with the population. They're in France, really. With you get kicked off the journal, you get kicked out. Or we've seen Alain Foucault and Claude Deschamps who were kicked off. These are journalists, aren't they? Looking in radio. Are they? There isn't even expression. Look at the witness. Are you crazy? Just go to and a report and never get aired. When the Russia-Ukraine started, that freedom of opinion, no, everyone has its limit. When the arms allow the sheets, they witnesses so you can make a living. I never take care of. We do everything elsewhere.
So, regarding stabilization of system, call a spade operations in countries, you ready for de-escalation and under what cause, comrade?
We are right there with everyone. So, say for example, and the defense told me I to draw a student. The other was wondering what's going on, and then with officers and everyone. Well, for us to bring our children because we don't know why they're doing it. Was the starting point. The fiction take back, we expand, you see, taken out, we provoke him. We send to our President like Mao had prepared all that for his belly. The president of Benin, he used force wage war. We did it as well. In relation along, people think like he is one king for trouble. So we are the ones that people are not smart to stop the imperialists cut them in, kill each other, black brother. Then let's get the decision to achieve it. But no one's to replace it. We already fight because of the nation of imperialism. So conversation of mentality. The 3 month or go to pass girls and come back to the free day. Don't just do. We can wait. We fight. To give out contract to give out particular slaves. As long as we mind population on his own board, as long as they stay in that frame of mind. That's what I can see.
It's a matter of human rights. Is there in Burkina Faso?
Human rights in Burkina Faso. What do they even mean by human rights? I don't know what it's going to be. I know, realize how the NGO you do something. It's just 190 number. Some research. Look up NGO, but you elites, thank you. They say we're human rights. That's why I tell people we give right, isn't it? Aren't even right? Your face can reopen at school. Who is the same people have given single card set on terrorism that is our schools. I think the fighting human rights, fighting for terrorists. They're the ones, and I'm opening in Europe against him. From Africa. It's about human rights, the AI, more specific. We were white society, everyone had their limit. It wasn't insisted. But they did. Those people come to me, didn't at all. Who were that we and so came. Do everything to subsidize the vultures, do everything to dig where the people have more. Who is fighting against human rights? They break rights.
The DPI
who said what they and you have said it's not as a subhuman. I said all that is thing. I told you about life, it's the world. What's that? Oh, it's true we hear about that. They've put in place. None. It's when people accuse us and if we find terrorists from wearing a false belief that and name dressed up that it's not even six and the published videos that but it's us. There's video people on gear everything. And then afterwards they footage of these dreams that is army. They were themselves. Satellite image and news. They aren't even a ship. Have the sense and intelligence. Ability to system, but don't have ability to use to the terrorists. You live well. We are in. Otherwise, well, we're And that you go away. You just get about our revolution. It would be loved.
Noting recent one of the officers civic office present.
Yes, the position has deteriorated. Yes, sir. Not at all. That's enough. How is it here? Look one. They left here or go. Could have returned as far as 100 kilometers. Everyone around it, the enemies from the world, with everything, the technology, the drone satellites, it was still incapable. They were freely. The access to the European Union, sometimes you go back to that. Everywhere, there's Dory. Me, I want. You can't just get up in your hour to reclaim it. And if that's worse, of course it is. It's not good for it's not good for us to be mad. So it's right. When they see it's not for our people, for their own bit. They want us to reign it. Leave them more clear. We do them. Let them deal well. People need some fighterism. You want only anxiety, we fight everything. Says it for us. That's obey. Everything should be equipped to any case. Things will be to us. So all of us forward. Not who to pay it. Experience and self-commit. Just one. Sing with shows backs. But at war. You understand? So it's exchange figures. The field. Apart from that, while the ground. Didn't sleeping our land who continue to us between among ourselves. No one is saying that you have it because we have on the Europeans who came to show you how to wage war. Are you than us? So no one comes to us. War better than that. You mean based on our die. Yeah, also the ones by the ones who war believe in that he must buy it. Lecture you believe that's works. Advanced with it's just for us. And then practice over. On battle, these are not. That's the logic.
But more extent of Nafaso encourages
Line. Simple information on the internet. Oh yes, that's it. It's those same ones. See them guns. They be rest, but they have there's a few So I just said the fools are up to it. The Port Benin took 1 or 2 weeks ago. That's a lie. There are. It was outlets that make it go wrong. I know doing maybe not doing the doing us and paying nothing establish people what you got they do it right in front look for it and you pay at the come memory getting interesting outlets learn but data seems accessible what everyone do it so look up things with way to our no issues being about think to and the flat there a good one don't have a slim and no Russia
as far as book
and gets told no because in the mid readers with something like else you things come and look with when you are afraid first I don't think that I can't use what if I defend myself you aren't you human even heads it's heads with their own inviting security they see the answer to let them they send you to the pictures if you haven't happening you see that you can so out of here so many village who have on here we are now I joined enough so from now I'm convinced of having to be worse I have you share who are you readers land themselves devotionally see what you must on yourself not to fear Mr. Miyagi don't drain we brains to think for us
from the statement who
testing we are not against the risk who books out again it's still even with no hundreds those means and who wants to equal you are superior that you sometimes is one to you 10% no take the rest Burkina that doesn't what bring the real weakest and then really 40% at most and even if you want that make whatever we want anyone who wants to be with a good mindset will do it even tomorrow just think they can come to Burkina with the mentality translate them up and that and you can want little without the net will the tract is clear you them tell you to back home independent that is very important
why do you think people love such
do I think people don't know I can't myself if young people make this ideology test for example we are exhausted all possible technologies people cannot access the center nothing like Jews have given of infrastructure building our results young jobs employs thousands of people like not own skilled thing the field of agriculture of the factors fields of demography and that not We achieved a rise. Since Burkina has existed, we have never produced like before. Is it or not? Everyone will. We are a creative industry. That's how it is. Then we'll not. Apple will go back to mechanics. Sets of station every button. That we were very far behind. This one get will it means that people get around. That's just how I work. So in every, that's what they appreciate. Well, that the theology of representativity, lecture for our city of speaking. See how our we get centers everywhere, single hall. To do building lecture halls of dignity, even how to have the schools and everything. Often the children have a proper with. If you go through the street, the teacher starts re-adjusting to state standards, program with what we're doing. Health is edict. Everything in their work is assigned. So the sensory money available for kilometer. I am so I think after order. We improve it. That we recruit the first actually it's in Africa. We read them 1,000 times specialists to assembly so that cares to people. Product. Everything I'm just so many. Now think about data cleared. Well now at that and feed that drive. Not good. They don't want to tarnish image. Walk out everything I've said. That's it. And that's what
can't say you are because you for a long opportunity for awakening. So much of do you have the young boy of Africa the original I claim it's called everywhere and I say it demands they say what you do you make a wrong move everything I'm about to mount people listen in any case behave badly I have so many billion Switzerland or where but from to work with me let's start again on a new footing there are also some who have compromised the same country like have been compromised how they're controlled you do this or at least this scandaling have the courage to tell people well I'm one day and we start from that and people wake up and we're also believe a reason. We got infrastructure, which country in Africa, especially West Africa, has good infrastructure and if it doesn't work, you have it. You always need to build for it. When people go, you have to people will feast the United States on. Everyone sees that we're bringing options to we're going to take it forward. If we stay in the markets, bringing in so for me we start you put why don't they do it? You need the approach of all the people that this is what we want. You need to be one to then need to find pressure. Now if a little change around because and young for the brigades were setting up builds. Just and there people want to all in one go. So we've come far. Tell people 1800 accept themselves and visions and visions. But of our region it's about we managed to but it takes courage. In Kenya in people who didn't know certain some didn't know it when we take even intellectuals realize so that you didn't yet it does a long time up to they take stability. We are one for the cotton. But still you're going to come to the nation and everything they belong to. We've been to the front of that. So no one will set the soft these blocks. Instead, we will self-give you. It's used in healthcare in presses. We pay for it abroad, but it's out. We can do it. That's what the person of course. The ones who said so. Africa must seek knowledge. And seeking knowledge, brand turnings at eyes, now I regret that our African states, the way they do it and everything else cannot reject it. So that's what I do. Working out. It's possible. Yes. Possible. It's a broken that you're doing. If you really tap into and you could maybe be an engineer. I am convinced of one thing. Got everyone the elite is doing job we and I'm trying to youth. I thought of young people and many people. We've looked on media, that's what served.
Let's wake up. Yes, Mr. President must just be not only rightly one action of the progressive population. So what I'd like to share the nation that we discuss and for Burkina
so African as does not bring development. That's not true. All people in hundreds countries we are revolution. It's a mass industrial revolution in all to try to create a council catch up with this delay. Otherwise, see many of them they don't do this. There's people out of very few of them are being killed. Democracy people are being killed, destroyed, they don't see that. Now in the sense of witness eat spirit. Evolution is a loss. As I must destroy. Look, people can't even want to see the future. All we know today is what people try to vote. I often say when I go out, people need lines. We can who just come it's time on the same I that guess just dancing and they sit down or something can't people work. Nobody listens to him. Over you thing. We don't know. Or person who make a deal so people follow him. I can't get this, sorry. If we bring like this, it'll for those. 2 or 3 people will have state shouldn't do this. That is one thing. It's internet, your heads of state, but they have to what to, what should do. And it's also saying that the opportunities themselves, the opportunities themselves are mean. You know, very happy. When we get a job, it's about experience. Doesn't mean we don't treat people. Where people get experience? In Europe, 15-year-olds people create rather than the chance. Something to do, it's obvious. They were looking, I told them, because in the process, I have similar experience. Don't use questions. I had that one removed. A lot of conditions going to do what that means to do every single right way up to. But if you talk about experience, you have stereotypes and you and pull to that. Let's all have control. Let's give a chance to know with confidence in ourselves and get a if Africa can make it. Or we should first. We do being our own little elves. Countries will develop by keeping the ocean. But if we by our develop, why do we advocate that one? One Americans but together what we do. Really interesting up there. I don't know. Africa. Every reason for why they're more generally like all that. There is a problem that some countries use resources. There is no government. You have a competition with it. The situation is tough. Realistic.
Then we end of this African where have been together so I was again all the answers to the questions my colleague still for your list. You have a thank you from starting this event of pleasure.
And this is what the human discussion of what is known as students remember that the term was used the year 2000 by Monel or Goldman and the brick in reference to the countries that were then the emerging is to build Russia, India and China. The first thing in Russia in the year 2000 they cut things time. I must remember by discussing these issues in the context of the Bretton Woods institution. It was forced by a iconic speech of the day by that the research of developing which would be dominated by the United States of America. But these must be understood and was understood in the context of the European of the international what ultimately do to organizations. Dominated and practice. Remember how the 20 dominated and transactions basically outside atomic in the United States of America and Europe. That time gaining traction. The country Africa joined in who was main to the started meeting. They argue quite clearly to have a world that balanced. Because fund world which compressed not relation. Then we have to reach how it's done. And it's also wrong that many issues made by those of the institute. When they quick remember the name and they is the adjustment initiated by IMF and World Bank, which had the increment in interest rates banks. It led to the decreasing indebtedness of countries. And was essential to poverty major breaks one of the conditions. And contextualized during which the would work in for the state. This Bank of International last the money is the not ask for country independent, save for a big and of course Ethiopia and not present. It's not independent in 44 and cause still independent by the major economic feeling the subject from the impact of sector law and therefore did say in the what was that been Peter told net banks dominate the money policy dominate by ensuring that bank sector control dominate economy as sellers. But as certain changes begin happening with more the global south, see the images of the could be influenced in economy and even abusing its own value is not controlled by an anchor that comes to our list and many companies even are producing in Asia also image of us to you cannot do this also literally but it's for the activities of the world also feel at the south Russia is if you go into the side go up in a bay so the economy because a large member if therefore near let us what are we doing so on improve infrastructure that those roads what do agriculture is done when you say IMF and the United States it is not that after we are providing economic response our with a view to the economic philosophy. This that is looking at the concept and what interacts in the weapons, what happens in global south. So we call a manner of US you are done by what looks but we undermine capacity to and people development. This is that dominated international institutions in the name and the harvests that are the subjects do not use games you have the talk is remains completely but at time on the what respond to have which dominate following all for constantly will answer in Europe because once you move up from under one idea of because on economic system which is the not go India Sunday of June 2009, this. We are doing best news of the economic organization, and we come back again with the tons of who want to hence give you again.
At the kingdom, the alliance of state was especially Volume 12, to release and Zoom, and then computer clear. Stands each, not from gatherings which on notice or in neither, and in the moment that says the beautiful distribution, then peace all after this concept of Sahili who realized takes their children. For these of the diaspora present the children of between nations. The one president and easily assertive that longer when you use. Guys, moreover, calling for same mobilization, objectives and nations have a granted. The demonstration aims at unity around the authority decrees of the entire state. The common idea, sovereignty, dignity, and people that remind of us children. People's respect.
President, the forceful military of union in the affairs of the states, AES.
Just to fight Bazoum, rather stiff like a solution across the
from the Muslim headquarters of the Union Army Crew, 3 is in hand.
The knowledge of sovereignty is from today, we are taking them, and from our countries, none will cease.
Old and young, everyone, Elisha, that's all the just all cities of the 3 countries of the AES Confederation.
All messages to European Union to end our start. They are not going to go to them because all the AES.
And our simple truth have light that Abdul in this world will be better. Don't be found, guys.
The citizens again see the population finally got it. The mass getting to wear it, and they say that what is never on the African.
For demanding the war, they believe of the Confederation to maintain the resilient and victorious progress of the AES Academy.
Carrying signs in support of the mobiles. The road designated the official commemorative secretary, Governor Colonel Major for Italy that began President the consultative represents the victory describes by nothingness. This gathers an opportunity for the generosity of society support this Tawa region.
2006 by European Union of Asia, instituting our decisions and ultimately our sovereignty. Mali state behind these interests that refuse our sovereignty. Let us stay vigilant in the attempt at the election. Our strength, our nation. Our victory is yes.
King Florian responded on Colonel he was deeply civilization and encouraged the way of allied participation.
This must be a foundation. Must refer to enable security of your responsibility. This specific to by your force. This in this all one is I'd like to stand and be humble in all of as one leader to stand with ask you with your heart and supplication so that I'll wait in and hope and fully with every citizen.
Important event, people from commitment to mobilization or
I am to remember citizens gather as a commitment sovereignty, that of external leaders, power of just on the market of
determined. The army is the and dignified and Praisers chanted and expressing calm to determine. From all nations is it also authorities. At all of mobilization document, which interface delivered that the
the personality that our peoples have definitively from near to action beyond this more complete and substance.
Longer decisions of the several fields have vision. Of the region part on the population that
committed culture, tradition, and values of authority. The international subject we represent
the President Council for Renewal Prior to cause, he emphasized fundamental
is non-negotiable the Niger terminate visibly people of
the beyond borders. Mali now. In a powerful also which directly in Israel Chief of Staff spoke in the language. Greetings of it remain vigilant of it external influence ever the events of nation is riskly. Same language, and mobilization, unity, and the independent sovereign. Was as well in Bamako, Ouagadougou, was true demonstration of action.
Scale listening, that's at authority and the professional gifts. A powerful printed both by colleagues of art and
at the presentation in quantified and for hell. Banners chanted the entire people themselves can't say no.
The aim was to the Europe put it on calling the British to release this decision and the affairs of the US and to be
This provides services I must square my shoulder of you, the people. Look to the office first. This is gather and pray of the Lord, the operation of the we not really know in ourselves. It's now to declare and the future this outside the land. I'm sorry, I let me have no kids can do us Nigerians. All can salute those who to organize. This is from it is no longer me, but elected elected in all its forms. Now the keynotes all plus in different no longer we say it's a revolution. One in here is a solution. We had 40 no be AI history by people. Each of us is believed struggle people.
Other cities of the East, the citizen collaboration with active society have meetings to firmly declare the European last March 2nd to release a distinct Mali interference in internal affairs of the AES, and to our colleagues Kasim Diallo and
Africa, united by a shared condition, that of a Sahel that is free, unified, and determined people express themselves confirmly, for appearance in their self and resolute. Our nation-wide persistence, the most presence of national coalition, DSO, as an additional religious artist. The origin of the movement is religion of European regarding litigation in Niger. Now here in internal affairs, speaking on behalf of our civil access and movement. That engaged in movement.
It is unacceptable interests of a sovereign state and reflects our terms that have been from Nicaragua mobility and our allies to Helium. Thus, this is yes, great. Thus, honors the world and the world. And people we all people honor the tea. A special tribute to Father. For the liberation of Satan,
is no longer a place executed, but a place continuing the several real major doing for the extreme mobile and vigilant of treats.
That July 20 pictures of yesterday to its with it to stand about maintaining national sovereignty and the citizens of its own side of who exactly answer its ongoing refounding.
The present political run for the state fireman.
and day 26, the CR opens with the armed nation acceptable by people. Today we are faced with level of interference from Berlin. And deaths for you. This choice is up for discussion. This belongs to the day. We are people mobile to defend our home.
The message goes on to orders. Part of coordinated among the region and Burkina Faso, the measurement and the shared unit and tendencies. In a moment of hearing, representatives of authority also spoke in national language directly into the people. British special staff to the Republic language of the state and called on Nigeria to meet in the face of an appearance, reminding them that defense of the nation is a responsibility.
If God has stirred, then it's inevitable to stand this.
It comes from emphasizing or
there is no problem. There is no problem.
And what clearing heaven. Organizations around the commonly throughout the IS and is independence, mobilizing and transforming the region. Yam as I
by mass one as of the networks for it requires yes measure finds now perform that anything else and by its own and something under a number of Jason is imagining. In the face of challenge, because that's ability to them to them, because good health. And yes, I love you. They will take it. That's one I cling to us. It will help us. The future here now. It's all what comes at the own. So why does it look? That's what we're here. This is what does it port? We have into here transportation.
Today, Africa is beating under of African history. All of which right of we are bringing a process. They are going to improve the quality of the this do we have is it one masaba to die? If we have good and very good do we have with that infrastructure that deal with do we? The answer is we don't, and little we have. Do we maintain the that we have must depend on us to maintain open ourselves. The way that I want to conduct this conference, because if we don't, the continent will depend on us. And depend on us, that is the problem in sleep we never have sleep. And so you must not give away our border, so or not that we have dreams and see. And agenda is going to that Iran people more and all mind good and stuff. If I say, then we know we are in now. And when we get ourselves out of trouble, we need to innovate and invent. Whether to Namibia, we also saying Libya can supply the whole of Africa with some energy. Good, but have they been we all can stop army? Which African country stop? Which companies in business of research develop? Which unit involved in research? None. You are not that can we constantly talking about in the alliance. This university from the research in just the institutions. The hard to begin to get research development and for the focus. So development in Africa. Of course, we are in business of ourselves. Of course, we have something called an integrated. How we going to train ourselves don't have the right. I'm talking to someone who is in the business in the area and he has major products to the long process of the roads. So the trade also have good infrastructure. Net of free area is going to have meaning when we have sort of infrastructure. That's why it is a for this during period that we are here. I believe the alcohol should be how we engage efficiently in the matters. We are sure that going forward we have good anticipations. We have sufficient know-how in order to assess are we going to efficient activity within the university in the industries so that we have to develop on back of sustainable. You know, there is a beautiful saying. If act wants to come along, is choose approach. I'm asking us, dear Sakat, time is now too hard for us. Based on is that we are going to gain a bit of insurance. And today we have Africa and the first at all. Even the second so we are talking about the thing. We depicted how that is going to impact how we deal with how ourselves, how we are going to ensure what we have with all the things. We ask ourselves we have to be a value. Even then what is going to influence this time right on how to do it. Who are only many years fasting and all of us going forward, we are constantly reminded we to constantly remind us the sustainable to constantly remind us that some infrastructure will always continue to remind with infrastructure in all areas. How can we go the set for 2063 and it can evident we contemplate the net of here that in the social and education will not be the manner that observe that we cannot compete with the amount will be our no it's us at the point our GDP is still in it must be it may all of us do not have head roads that are good enough many of us and you here I'm inviting you that's all going forward you platform that you have to make contribution to make it in rockets is thing that being done by civilized I have not in mind that we can do the world and ensure that something will change from prevention and it's beyond this the wrong thing. And you think you have why you involve one of years. I know because infrastructure has no boundaries and you are not because you are who are in infrastructure. It doesn't mean that we are discussing infrastructure and dealing with issues which are related to infrastructure. It doesn't mean that continent is itself, how she is state development and infrastructure is in it. When the continent is how to lift people out of development and what they make the question on infrastructure. I'm specifically asked to talk about infrastructure and question because if we don't if we not can't balance our country lag behind in many years. If you have infrastructure, move from will tell you that we are to have some networks that are built. You have the road network. You will agree with me that it is so difficult to develop one or another. You have had stories of how you do different parts of Africa not drive here. If you look at the road in Africa, you know infrastructure. If you look at that we generate, you disappoint that we now need. And this therefore just begs then what must we do going forward? You know, the infrastructure that can save the country. So this witness that over years ago, many African countries were regained their political promises that we gave to ourselves. That we will move infrastructure. Every they said we have goods, today we have goods. They said we have good racism, we have good racism. We have all things that improve us in the development. We think it was live in Nigeria or in every sector. Those fertile fruit that we have Also, fashion, by level, we raise it in knowledge for the kind of connected to communicate. Even in your telephone, now travel from here and I turn it out. We travel by go by people's different stack. Now our phrase. That is the best of all. We have different things from during in the royal the limb we know the royal we know must have when even who are you are professionals we have bring to the country to us and count road African project road is welfare in Nigeria in Tanzania in Africa now recognize that we need those evening things if the it one is lost on with you all of the who are present here in Beijing see down here and Chinese Africa is Chinese engineers more than Africa I see one quite feeling put all engineers it's uncomfortable question if you do not feel you the others you depend and if others in Nigeria we are talking about where will that come from we are out as in the apps when you travel to Africa, if you know this airport in the plane and it is who is under construction is not you. Yes. What are we ensure that and all the objective and what about which will turn up out and beyond near your ego. Ego is from Luxembourg, from so that we ourselves are about you involved in that. After innovation of the gooseberry, asking what the good is and perspective in the scheme in the what technical way. Today, if you look at Africa beginning to his house, that we are out not to fill the hungry and Kenya one that tomorrow, but now from Lindsay as on rolling of reacting to do a arena of what are we use this? What are we in the house?
I'm lost two. Colonizing what all them? That's blood. That's what I'm getting. Right here, we see look the toes and they all said, and get them. We had them all. They look like they're light. One of them is out. How is it? In the face. Come here. We try to no kids in my someone they are sitting right to wait process
I was to the fear. Now I understood they don't even have one next embassy. But time you get to them and you don't see the people have moved. Why are we saying we have I must tell them I work for people who are me to be people. But my confidence tell when I in few months all the members correct you. That's me. And I will get up. But wait, what is the look like? You know, I read them. Fear those who look like don't go. Don't you the who are in the angry. You know what you catching I'm gonna go and add it that deal.
So much. Wow. Yeah, can I even listen to that? Days ahead. With you have a spiritual cups we evolved over. This is here. Don't speak of business, religious is this culture violent. And now we support the weak. And then like the ghost, right? They all speak and try into the speaking. How we get this in on the and accept.
Thank you for very much. The leaders themselves have interesting. Let's say ID. The majority of people that we speak out, they find absent. Then become how does the community be those speaking because truly care about speaking because they are funded by our governments. Still themselves. They say from them, who think they can do it. What do you do? That's from deciding who is paid care of the country and who's king was being paid for everybody. That people who are on the board, I know not tower on the truly what was I think it goes back to the mind. What have we done? Help us ignorant. We did not teach. We teach. I have friends with children. They are happy. They didn't quite have that. You didn't believe it. I said, Nemrio, they crying. Where did you go? What time to use that Munga? You should have started with them. Now, what to eat with Munga and Jose? I have 5 children. So, because I better. He did this alone. It's a from some of the who why they have it. If I know yes, choose anyone. No matter what you think about. Meet some people. Those are the good stuff. That's somebody's platform. And you think, this was and you and be my time to have now. Thank you. I bring this from 300 Africans from the world. That's why we're watching what's happening because of Kenya. And people of Pastor are leading a revolution all father youngs. They need us. They need a nation separation. Time, ours, fight for economic. Economic is like right. Let's see.
Round when the spaceship people as citizenship and we do not have the luxury of speaking to green visits that they are hearing. They are doing this that I'm among them. Humanity.
Yes, green was that drama. I wish all are thinking to those who watch the video. Let's go listen to which made by the
We have with also with happy by one you by in my we by true office to possible sound located for fear and much not enough. The lives that were lost, that fight for freedom. And actually use the words to describe when the people who don't have the luggage forgetting or basically the combined deciding when we must loudly else what it is I'm all even over it saying the left of comments dementia of what is this I do what I mean suppose I move from saying to say is great in union I suppose I support the African country that has solidly policy like man and options these crimes and the English and international just commission returns artifacts institutional as for we have to question us why a story and every with that's on sale and fast of this I didn't know where to live and fall to ships and sort of I did also this 90s women after some questions and that's but also jump and ships sank into take them our travels and turning go for me with the to our office guns learning to them still but there's who have that's the amount of focus that's what joins the time from to you know substantially not originate from the one pass through it they each and the pass of necessary and rendered citizens in colonization. For a second, began and action units. It was a river used on the boundary. The fact that once they had on and they are 10, this was right now, yes. Therefore, which translates as from sea. But we can as any other demand the river of waters. When the river takes it is sorry the one that down. You know action of it. And this moment a little have to be that's not human. I bet river to me I guess their lunch. Yes, I know they all this when I was I think about it. Taking the crowd and it's only to know their cats hide their only friend. Made of this in the river. And I eat homing. To be the one who's how who's the trip who's so that they come forth. Let's pick that up. You find story as narrative. Defending only a sort of past one side go to us. And with that of self comes out to write us to know your future, the future of all many. That is why I got you at this process. To be a process of committing be the process of writing story and being full steam. Remember. Thank you for society. And also the national desk. The council of the people and sisters from the to welcome you. This is because what denies us the ability to that's the vision of the and for is and I'll be and yet we did that should them place any corners right in the middle, half of our news by winning that field by that. Anything that would put intellectual and the other activities inherent measure interfering. We read the marking of some place, the presidential policy, the elected of Syria, as many images is meant to fit in doctrine, operations, services, whose low capability is able to determine. People, the makers, lazy, inclined, and about being to reflecting every scholar eyes. They ask God continue to say that each live in a black. And never tell like or to be. I was protected with those being like strike on to live. Never later the ladies are more vicious slay. Any little strip of no longer that is ruthless, the rules stand savage. In fact, I almost brought flip its rest. This is the living moment that we are. There is the serious process for the beginning. Good to achieve. One divide all the time I want. In the rules, music the dance of speech in the language. Beauty of the sounds first. I don't know. You're spoken in Venezuela, in Brazil, see, as I know. Like every offspring can work at them in car and dream. After now, that's from Brazil, they are proceed. Native Africans and protection worlds. Peace could bring up trying to bear before. That's that is Africa. Explain why reasons when a good people are in the sense of getting what people say to body. The way behind the heart of diaspora are far reach, how do you feel? How much time we in all children that ought to children? Ensuring all the story that and what this is reason. The cool things so many places group can lead, and that's all the world. Places would that dress and suppose no no equally. Cool like home day. I go away. Go like it's like alanga home day. Guys, and the family said that to be not this one because plans in but take the members influence because I know he teaches as legacy and the those who this is the time when completely educated European universities. His says raising the boss. Already Americans for the seats. The who black starlight was an attempt to mix in America to like real immigrants into science fiction bands like and so we are so just what is different to be part of our outdoor. So about gossips, the quite living the is misleading that will tell real happens. For equal here to both from between the definitions. This is one that was anything of disobedience. Be that we think our own direction or our focus is that the name is just the word of family and God has had before. And they did us. Seeing that nation that had really against. I remember who it is. One of that flowing by the or your British. One was meant to my there are 4 forces and Africa. We started subject of brain and the control and cause ideas that were not sovereign very fundamental that those needed. Sorry, 90 total number of Africans had it fully effective population intelligent. Because reparations, the ask is just where vital days I will go to process as if the one of me about the blood that was spilled, and the years that were cited in all to agree. The second will get those used the word are thinking. What can get is schools. When the military pull has such and we're not lucky of the accused doctors of playing and make daily to her. This is the also claim. The kind who speak loud and care with lost a lot to it. As not on the select of cells, and they got more shake here. And let's force from her and the diaspora. I say colonialism, life, and life. The limits of these crimes against to advance. The basis of as decision, reform, and in beyond material market, how to possible. How to organize the next options and reasons that cause inflation or inflation. Rather than the phone and pass on and then to imagine that people are instantly try that because one notion that concepts from state just that if that health wants to have the health of children and so how you from them to actually tell bros put the offer in us and drive out to a share that share. I said you for that and go press us out. And then you carry we are moving. With the African diaspora, designing court chief, I think to wish you fruitful delays and honor every day 2025.
Here, the Kenya really I think they should come on a leave. My Vietnam Friday, one of the next. And that can be understood that the conflict is some to events. And when I go to conflict, I remember the war history on 25th of 1983. He is audience. If you see the corners of the corner, the seed of this coming back, and will continue each other. His business. He repeated this in 1948. He does 6 car, and in 1966 he was involved. And many times, we have seen the manufacture in Africa is many times deliberate. It's by the edge or the mastery. Keep my and the resource. So I've seen whether it's the Republic of Congo started as in 1961, it was the Republic manufactured. Whether it's the Sudan manufactured, whether it's Somalia manufactured. No, they are significant also are used for ambition or ambition for to allow them to be used. So you want the question. What do you think the unions sit down where there's sometimes there's sometimes two times. Philosophies, adopts, slaves, and therefore the unquestioned benefits from conflict largely and very easily. You can done the not on this not generation. Employment and conditions not planned because only see how they left they left in the agenda they remained with gun if it's both it is other types of war they ask what it benefit now don't mean your country one conflict but in the times of use US is a cut and the office when there's money from them they keep no cheap and so you are to produce they say my business you they say you they say years man all and look down money they and to go in the you will recognize that they never can work remote Africa is all Africa is the line but South Africa is that limitation no longer not being making a mother is down evidence and the oil and day look there African it is not it is on the state that Africa always being this mind be used by African such a can not if it removes the fact emergency I'm only the main reason for this particular now is not the way of selling their man of the state will not for them. It only is not to be in this identify reform is not in this bridge in food. And there was here from people that's an old brick or if you not do inside it give us so you see the hand of French company is about those years you look at the market it is necessary for during the private mind on such this not really say it city or development of Bilateral Nigerian called six he called the war countries and by some countries that he visa we can look at this and for to kind of different and but better
Positive said you must read you find your on street man but when the kind of power so I look at some the most real what long that power I'm sure those who have just calling up in terms of what's up this is where this is a 40%. Hey, so just people are those the measuring skills. It is from you see here. So I can move on to the person. But this is until we bring about gifts what else can you because this will make you pass good lessons. And for them so this well. There's the one element in the how do you he is the strategy now help you pay for this or I cannot do and and we have their mindset shift and the men of Israel, the rise of Israel, the freemen this way, magic of this way, and radiation is what you enter, you are supposed to in the and the source of and not creation. Vote down of number 4, which is business and economy. They work and business and business to find the origin of this world, the faith where the origins of this world, booked of it, black rocks, roches, banks, who actually control of the entire field. And they're powerful because we need to buy anything. The people, the countries, the patronage, which have been used as a source of power, or the ritual power, the theology power. And rich people come here because we have to get power. When you driven will for the business economics, these are causes of ills, short investments. Through me, people have been able to get enough power and using the business. And then you have to education, the those power, where the making books, the extension of education, university, Cambridge University, Massachusetts, Zimbabwe, University, UB, private enterprise, run universities, business, big business. We can talk him and things another day. But establish the environment, education, defense, big so the topics are responsible in the student of the gain of sponsor. Then that is not actually is all it is go for it to criminal they want things for expenses. Dollars, cities, and get trust. They are in business, for business, don't all it any amount of power. Ultimately, politics, democracy, all ask for British without gun science. Those are the matters also powerful. Here the central power, government power, agricultural power, food, business and economic power, education power, education, technology power, spiritual power. We need to develop people. We need to develop with power. And us how both education power actually influence and political power. They get into business power. And this was my first watcher. And I look at audience who are the best of them. And there's where the economy will to pull us positively is held for what he was doing. But other key things below this now the 16 fires. This week does right at anyone or the movement of power to Zambia. And he less man. It's been happening in our the sign of it honor but less up and I in Zambia. I was one of seeing China do use how many countries did and what business is the thing. We see our president make positive create productive and something come there or then they are and many they give to bring people to business and I'm good to necessary laws documents or business I was not that and I was member and people that want to market 100 start and celebrating our culture by using the way of relationships that we are experiencing. Not only we decide, grow, separate nature. So the Zambians have to bring themselves awareness, Ghana has gold, what is it? And with that guys, this me. Building that we want to be talking about each other, putting up in your culture. I very big okay we must not develop the future not for sharing growing together that we what when I'm sending other news you are that and we give out pretty names are looting in the so we are right yes emptiness emptiness not emptiness because you are attractive we almost get it primitive and the whole night and the whole here very so it's only nothing other than every this funny life go from the place share borders we believe on the borders We are nations. We are nations. You can money where once in the nation begins. We grow up from beautiful of African countries, art, expression, and very lastly, exciting but in the young way. Saying who wanted to mail the register or about this student for a day. That's for us to talk with ourselves. But the nation, we don't realize the land. What about the land? They also say what to do. Just talk, yes. Throw this national to shortlist, not criticize the boss. Put different songs against and get not the rest of thing yet. That was said, what is guns, elects, and the science without means production, land, ownership of it, correctness, who doesn't live, everybody cannot happen without it. You cannot happen without land. Equality and health without land. Business economics cannot with land. And creation with land. They all have how. In our this moment, that's like also, if you give about why he's vexed, and while we are giving ourselves, don't value positions in the court. But you always, I go, wonderful. The do it.
And the position that government is action. Email comment.
The aggression conceived and sponsored as actors stem from getting the big others of AES. Reality the time is the will of history today. Nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, our version is increasingly putting itself as a geopolitical the national stage, exercising control over management of its high warring certain powers, practice our resources through their sub-regional base, and use material as ultimate their ambition for recolonization. This 4 years into the political underhanded strategy, all tactics is ready with them, to force them to defend their independence. No, is what diversity, the international context, it is determination to build this future. It serves as a demonstration of a broad level of security and living justice, effective security, and very rapid development. To strengthens the AES relations. Responsible as shall play with the sovereignties which have the paragraph. Demonstrates maturity and security. This control dominance was saying the AES is responsible and by region of sovereignty and engages with confidence. Without finding silence, those things just are respect what the local generations achieved in these 3 pillars. Ladies and gentlemen, aware of the reality, I affirm its commitment to full participation in this initiative. Aimed at addressing the silence that is to count. The fundamental principles of respect for sovereignty of state, respect for national strategic choices, non-interference in internal affairs, and consideration of the around interests of the population. Regular is legitimate value as stability content beyond the whole world. So as social engagement or indifference or this is a different little human problem. Tonight, that's what Torah started with the Sahel. It is not interference. It is a broadly understood. It is not important. It is respect of the states when the prospects are in and in the standing stock and Asian based shared the of the Sahel. Furthermore, by making the portal and corridor available to a set Torah is already linked in strict. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all those children of the people and prosperous Sahel, I say thank you to the Togolese government. Thank you for your steadfast peace. Thank you for
Thank you for showing that African is not important. May this truly mark the beginning of new time. I pray and ensure you we're committed to bringing this to life also and the people of the Sahel. So we've chosen the great move of which the AIS we say that neither criticism or standard nor opposition will divert us from our objectives. Long live the cooperation between Togo and Sahel. Long live after long live you. Before I finish, I would like to just my remarks that forced me to go. Criticism and content of my speech. What I read his speech was important to me, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Togo. You understood whom I did, where I did, these are not my words. These are the words of the Thank you. I got to thank you did. He's the one who wrote it.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. You're very kind. Forward. We know it this is a debate of representative of regions and international agents. I'll give the benefit of the equal. President, please let us know. Equal state of 50 countries or thank you.
Your Excellency and the Honorable Minister of Affairs, goes about prosperity. We are not here. The distinguished foreign affairs representing namely and the Republic. Your Excellency, the Special Benefit of the Secretary General of the United Nations for West Africa and Sahel. Your Excellency, the High Representative President of African Union, representatives of regional and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of I gratitude to the government and people to look for convenient important details for the excellent prosperity. Your Excellency, this meeting is not mere formal gathering in our diplomats and ministers, it is truly a family meeting. Family that has experienced the agreements and lobby of all regions. The family that is near and still to another area. Just six arrangements that many people, profound history, for strong effort on international realization. For example, and there are such an entity that was really needful to us. So, ladies and gentlemen, to my experience for consistently showing that dialogue no allowed to fun. The lead up strategy framework has presented to the Assembly is far more just simple document dialogue or standard policy document. It's professional sovereignty and operation. It was an act of state and the risk of the eventual more deep sea different. The whole party was isolated with own arms, expressing our people here to the remarkable courage and profound wisdom that bleeds for us all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm most home to help the United States and the news. With these two foundations for engagement, Firstly, in May 2020, as ECOWAS session met with foreign ministers of AI states in Morocco with please trust our balance and ensure the achievements of regional integration are preserved for the people of Africa. Its fifth mindset, that may remain the existing state of us, they retain specifically as in freedom of movement, not of establishment. Furthermore, ECOWAS expressed its warm welcome and full support of the entry leadership of the freedoms of ECOWAS and investment development, known as it should be, as well as their continued petition to the region. More recently, the heads of state become clear and decision. Formally met a high-structured comprehensive dialogue with the sides, will fully consent upon the deployment of achievement clearly and legal negotiations. This they require clear and complete mandate, with me conducting affair to obstruction, irreparable diplomacy. So, to my best auxiliary, full by Allah, and so, the report and brings the free people, tribute and ancestral trip, the integrated region and direct business, the significant expansion of the economic opportunities, the conservation of East Europe, the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm yelling in a what is taking place. International agency and are the Euphoric by veterans not military citizens and commission. I saw a question for us whether our mutiny where a region with a voice and shape future. Well, when I it will shout. This offer to present the 100 million people and regional economy on the big dividend will not only get a middle tower. Thank you for you not the the last year's ships very lead every soul, every individual, and every child through our region. Was not witness. Our institutional Mrs. The record more and the intimacy does not really for our families under profound it breaks to realize our key to handle who can find possible by any family to spend accept our region to dictate from a who a vast real market being by unfair and prohibitive to have no longer physical simple of viable your sensitivity on the here they say that treat not only at certain was bound to represent a few of his announced it was not only a not good ship you said and she me that's the of self just as sovereign it does what presently the elements of sure there we are one and one before we get
I'm the president of the commission. You are now to the I represent the chair and the union. I don't know the team of the team.
I'm here to get more white in opinion of such all ourselves. Today on the Mali, I'm described as the Muda and so I studied found that what I did not composition of the people of Madagascar are Bilateral. And our Australians, and they came to the island of their wife, apparently it is talk of Borneo, and decided that they returned there, and which they had the very first French made army of us, the seed in the colony, the 1906 island that 100 days traffic, and first battery was and has been an island that has been no of this is by vault, and characterized by free advance and machine and control. But the safeguard has the lack of cohesion among people who sell all one stock. That only the 960s sooner they regained the and the top to be as we had cut it and group as now of course became and very soon after it did more famous of the presence of he too which were removed by the decision of Mark Valomana or that political but they not made to as it should have. And this curious this probably one of all either individual or physical location Madagascar for some reason or we have been as should have been with the concept that every other circle we see on alienating the Run by the soul of the was and same to a good day. And when he remained in power for 10 years. During that period, there was curious that never dropped his citizenship. This became after the 2013 when there was an election they are one of the sub-country. And Israel is not based in a very long time. What if African government the ability of uniting Madagascar and a capital that didn't have but you didn't find very difficult. The difficulty between people the mission of was long having what position and those who are fed up unit of an who the threats appointed at the state of facilities, particularly if these would be adopted to a century and a country that has a great consent was the students' occupation rose and what essentially was uncomfortable led to the disappearance of Russia in the and this is the only part of the very quite and that is the kind of administration that we have in America. That is the problem. The students of the day had led the revolution. But nothing has is as it was when we had the when we had and we had but what they should is when what they want to business and on the south in state where is the norm in I think is a situation post the hand of an far away from this thing place of companies is very important to the French as well now because they are losing in their other colonies not only in Africa but In a graphically larger colony, she excludes the land and state and pay no. Because if from the resources that she has is and not and for instance, the British have a present legacy in the note and now the new colonizers, not particular of monk, then become everybody. Must also be with the exploitation in Mozambique and it's not you. If you look at the now, the fantasy is very important, and that is why French are making the effort to show that he or she who calls Granca is in any ways a lucky friend. Now, in Madagascar, in the and the context is this offense against the way the couple of Madagascar 1906 billions and a good. It had contrast political power without the accompanying economy, but the cost of the GDP of the packet is one of countries that has low GDP, not that resources in Africa. It's something that offers which it cannot be calculated for some is good. And for the British infrastructure, the opportunity resources are being decided. The free resource invested, the use of seaports, the broadcast potential resources when you have much. The opportunity is huge. The young public set, policy, active, beyond the need. I expect see what it is and make the one in and the great way of young people will charge the public and stop that and in manner beneficial to people of that. And do not forget that there was the man see inspiration the big world organic was something that was about and sense will have the people of the they have wanted to have move on after it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. In position of the marker and there we are focused on that people.
There is no doubt that we food, which gives us we dentists and go myself commitment. I made our book, staying the upright, memory marks, so we have the EVC and unity in one. Here is tin. That's a reality. I must get it paid a very because of sepsis necessary orders. It's a body drug that face. There's going to be now in cracks and
what have you brought this party delivered by the artist was for the intent.
Pay for everything outside. We read for blood, we give it to others. You agree with me? Then it's to them. By the way, it's the same thing in right? Well, I'm ordering more art because manufacturer, EV store city. Yes, we will see. That's good. So what's the simple? All us that are doing one by us, you like us to mail the lecture that makes me split to just hold us, moving it with ourselves. We are doomed. Go by everything inside. So train, that means that we're even at room. This whole lead goes provide I do. The honest go in such groups, so much and go by some of everyone. That really the coppers. They understand. Very good. We must create industrial zones for reading, because it will not take a while. No, room to this everywhere. Right, link you see. Build industry. Any match creator. Invite you to use it. You go to the for their edges come after him. They are here, and so those give the what the swap most like what called parts. Then the team here have no are currently certain technical tool to operate as machines. And so might be this aside. Men of you brought forever. Even this regular is master. Play an order to number items. Agricultural equipment by 50 to take. All of everything is in fashion. We will those king the north came so team out your talent from school and training center will continue to be created and will teach train child. This is a trash in industrial I did some kind of civilization. Or down where half the book, start everything artificial, everything managed all the own people, the sisters. I'm all inside. So we'll go and health will treated everywhere. So we have this part. So our trainers, I've taken that into account. The dead are sorted everywhere. You seem to have to you're told they will leave. Serious. In that book, told of the apple. The more wondering old the table. Every long. That we've currently equipped to be able to build these steps, do and need us. This is the work, and these verbs are what we have to identify 25. We need third level to build through. Don't be the beverage, so called to fish. It's simple. I think ministry is here, right? All what means, yes, they face your relations and hope have them for you. We want to bros, be one. Not say 100, 150. We will 2,000 meters each. We also such in Dakar, we want. That's ongoing. Balls are on the way. We have been coming from us to it. We take our balls and pick ourselves in Bina. That's all. So build it. Send it will find it to make America. They see it. It's not the case of this. But they all look it. It's true. Even if it's said, we will see how it practice. It's not stacked. Even when more. There is more one that doesn't find that will honor text and give instructions well there. So this issue right people living from the I own narrative. Don't put it at it's so many. It trick lights and the lights of the degree. And import your simply. Oh, units we do. Clear I said delicious. Unordinary. Does not. That is real. We must take the hate by it's very important. We are the first things that are example was this some told me that there are no one province to become a ring. You are asked why you want province. I want province. What was wrong here? This people will say it's not one that should figure out where and leave it be that because you read that. Oh no, it's true. What 18 is everyone looks for structure we do to the current. Then we say we do it too. When say to figure out wherever we bow. They're already we're talking about we ask for money. Then we are this to do take into account the effect that comparison we listen from our so that no one is so we'll read the say we bread support if you materials and why to read so of gas band that ready to with fish bread we may not much all can even see that dividends that do not at all. It does We could do for each area, we will do. Right now, side and alone, we so they'll import tissues who created. Before, it was all concentrated in Uga. Oh, but to myself, that's an excuse. There's also other contributions. Okay. We must stand to the past. To our own club. All that. We have united able to all of them. Or these seats. One inch that one puts the reading to Williams Church read. So, what else? Gave the right. Will you who want to build all your roads? Right, meet the late to start. Everyone also do what they can do. Currently, that's paired with Bobo. So, I hope all opinions, whether custom leaders, relentlessly, you must evolve, you stay united. Imagine, united, nothing done, a country without a oh, continue. Little of some people who try to send you to you, divide, victories that it to with and no gen, they can change. That is, they didn't say, jaded, it's find them to have to control, you move forward. Otherwise, if I was changed, not sit. There are some don't in the future, one team that was in anyone, it's not, it happens. Who catch say when we tough me, but we wouldn't. Call out from Mathum, call Burkina class, take Ubu here, okay, and be sure. So I'm good, but work didn't watch. Be real, as we will continue. So be ready, I shoot like tin, here's area one. Lessons, this formers. Is a non-observer grant which I do look in my room, there have those who are on the ground. Put the heart, whistling, but all have lost that with explain. You are sent and it. I always told you come back to the sword of battle. If you die, it's okay. We've done it. We fight rage to come back to the sword of battle. And do that, modern myth often distracts us. The move. But dear ladies, when we go a minute, if we go too much, it be turning. We may focus. You must be every action and message risk as possible. You must let conflict first. I suppose these terror tells us there's some happiness who send when they blood hope. It proves that they manage to succeed and say to us. It does that they observe from distance. They're loving people on fun. They take on and during the day, often focus on their big answer to test. You can approach that what you know. It's true to tell us. So use how dangerous it is. People not interested. You cannot see. Not act. Not matter. But you get what you do. You ask. Collect you. And that's some video. Sometimes all around. Oh, you see it. So that's fine. Custom sleep. I items. And it's like and they can it had match how the size and team. Of course. Do you also know like it? He bet free and he went to know. Everyone is coming to raise to reveal these things. If you ran back to making videos, what you must work help to country. See what they say. Counterman said Matt very well and to the phone last part. That's right. Pull the to see them. Death. Please hold not afraid of any. There is no air in the they can go. There are myths that we tell souls of whoever it's that's lacking. Proof into uncovered and people don't make technical offense and then pass it. They go let them access to or less. But they do want to spread the world out for yourself. In a hammer the protection for evidence function. Needs the more for everyone guarantee I kids approve. Things I prove we are seeking struggles. The Africa unites. Being Europe, they are African. And there are no purpose. That all that time doing with us. No technically, it came to not even in England. But that's the winner with Brazil. That also the morning. In any you were the first Atlantic drug we are here. Fight back match. You may must and do not in case there. But we couldn't fight. We could tire of veterans. That is but get these about put them the key and it's because it's trouble causing certainty the crucial all of us we have us and you have to ring so not the road networks out that's the on the fast condition the enterprise in the rush and the game I've heard about would if the game will be not the game what reads the game mean virtuals will be done in the both into it made it when brave to possible so that it can create maximum number of votes by and look in that but even roots that so by 20 small children we have ambitions without committee the particles necessarily originally and going to more from it over the board locked in brings that brigade you take care so you work and will work that we have the plot and will you maintain routes and so how many experiment career or one of the infrastructure that I don't realize sure it can fish and need name it the mineral is policy to expose us stop at the guy we to play across rulers, but trials and I mean so and yes, ongoing. Although yes, I do you longer last service. Say theatrically, the metric cabal can improve as well. Not that we have this day, do that it. This is in the board, I didn't stuck in the other. We took so everything in the regard, we are being seen. So immediately time, as a was in the theory we need to add import. Come once the we are going to to out in some people get back to the green up and touch. I hope that you keep with you, then phrase you need to terms and win it up. That's what from the cases of inventory of energy and kitchen. Strength. To the reality, through this, can what the phrase on we doing that we have players that don't pay some use we can run work. Not that it. I think one job was certain for this was to open a event. We didn't deserve that we asked no issues and things and return. Then you can play even exactly much and it's supposed to be the equator they are in function. Masses won't believe need to have them transformed. But lost our for example, you must form on side either it's something else. Make on and repay a lot of always all and so you pay. With your hero fun, children giving, we transform it. You can cross right. At least 3 something means that was trusting. So we're focused. But that way, I call done. He trains in action. Say, they do on us, need on asking. There's everything we for. We can pay for it. In other words, from the exchange, you must see. In context, I take for example, we call meeting, I call rap, sitting close, right? Both of them know. But it was around you have the Mars or what are called the roof up, pay flat, correct, a picture. Are we all back at it? And 13 minutes spends. You have the transport bench from the corner, even to village. We make 40 inches, but the paper it's for even for this and everything. Falcon, they would be right. So the means we are to make now. All this of the colonization. So it hasn't blocked, we have to be too. We were free. And we will themselves to the after of our permanent. You find yourself, everyone will yourself. A start of where vendors or wait that as I said, stand with it to pay, but we proper and marketing us on that. This is giving by struggling other honey. Oh, look, you know yourself, but exactly. Why should pick them the road? It's the same thing the number, what other meals. It's my fashion, built to eat this. What now? Walk that one way, that's it. We're ignoring them. Go to Mitchell. We're going to read you here. Don't hesitate to get involved. 9 could issue to the for everyone. Rory, banks, one way out, musically. Banks, the sorrow at the full settled here in the EAO. BE isn't no. This is we will be involved, and we masters are on. Did all everything back to ankle. Wasn't like 3 occurrence, but then they go, they don't sell, it is the chicken. It's we call it banks, so good. No, also, so no matter, we separate, we'll keep it 1 cent every. Our 3 is 1 and 2 cents. They miss, how walk your quest. So low kiss, hello, use bodily. There were truly real tests. I think that's fine. There were before the beginning of the all deaths to end 2024. I say that to I'm not running at that. So you will raise her. So often the humanity to us so ready to be alone. Going from industrial zone in I ask to the possibility. 8 times with a number. I actually reacted. Later just real zone. I commit that will be we really come to that. It goes with all it was both in winter we're working on and this thing to flex handle it. Next year. One level and we would have been in risk. Every idea. Set also by a red band, fish object that was built at here, then wings, it's hair banker. In the end, we are sitting with and one to know the gap is very large between suits and it's instructed when.
Here, how come I have to Africans? One half, did by the open also, kept in him. All the family came to us that same issues, things that we all connect at the old noise, the open infrastructure, and the so almost 7 kept it. The feelings from how I everybody is up and is out as Africans and public leader of market out. The issue I had to say, book for his this unit who for touch me by part of and the countries we see that in make after that time I need to kind of we have to love to take another and so on so we so insist they was clearly about things to say on this of agriculture can still need to start showing what we produce because so many Africans ensure that June and we produce what we have shown to produce that's why my Africans win on big talks because of the way our part of goods and after the packet wins was still on the born with important students for second of benefits because all can be taken but I think everybody here I'm happy to hear now going word and for me all actually we need more to do and to sweat the no friends to each thing that here in the farm to my can you please again I say improvement said it helped and talk us in being improvement in Africa we had these when companies Chinese companies over in such influence being who together make sure that they are going to improve this so jobs as transfer in the idea because that if you have skills to you you have money if you have money so is problem be things but don't go to that is deep about people they believe so they are not part of thank you much in it I have everything we have the things that is so I'll talk about issue of that's how you can maybe be on the way make it a movie from if you don't know also we are part of citizens money or as a child as I paid as before now of those moral laws funded by France as the word more show the time on the ones and only the first in contract is not in the use but sometimes you find that we have moved to this you are just maybe I'm happy and laugh we have to stop then we get this money and our house but must for the check this is what is that the bilateral so keep our touch bonus we are we know that in anyone who because of we see how these young lads and the ladies are trying to show just how to show up to have the own just when it has been and so what is can change whether we in imagine the nation even when cause infrastructure others are saying because you everywhere head and out you so you have purpose to other now to different one that we need past in volume to achieve make yourself well and use the ones they will get all this it's not that's the reason what kind of start with I got in things right I'm doing damn and I'm is people them can account is that that's bad new and people and also being a to the outside good and is nuclear we have to make sure that we are in the so having this I would have for the issue of that's also machine or because what do and you can't say we have so making out getting that this is about this or continue in bonus of this office and black that is not even can is little bit is good now have like some great MS for this year doing in this I can lose if I get those so that really for you a way nothing is who is going to change also you come to let's see what happened in so to be because we're coping more as long as let's more large so I have to share this as and she is what you buy to study this is to see is under single family to see that family to see me like that of
on the and so you guys are around with the AI some of the development careers to try to communicate for like content and which is not the itself you have adapt message so the generation and other students for access on that yes having with AI and learn how to use this media field to create their own so that people those able to to really know what is the we do have to tweet and I think what really interesting some plus now about pretty one we could try to say it's one up to the statement to listen to us for other people just from those they are on all monster last few weeks before the world in the age of the age I'm sure we should just believe that you feel and you have not forgotten your Cuba you're not forgotten you're not the PK you're not touching the it is that which is to self-oriented and this are all enemies from speakers where you are that and guys at the start of the big self of all this in the world now that so now the sheets and then Russia is key and wars the being not to see human oil has been lost all on the state whereby is not the now the start trading to try to of course so people looking over where consider quantity of the world which are not bringing that not only to bonding and go for that so advance explosives but basically of real position within US or Russia from it so you understand that in the south and want to have one the east and want to have so actually possible and for the native is the fish and understand far-fetched stories to talk about. These are related to election and what happened to the world in Libya after America invaded place in the United States. You give the yes, you are with the Gaddafi, but after you redeem us, you bet votes, you will each weekend. And this way of Libya, will be about how economic is actually on haste. Official democracy on the country. So this is Venezuela 2 weeks before they came to be president for the Russia. Out of the whole and of that result and move and into places of security. And as anyway, America joined the vote again, land also. So we just have to say that then not to worry about war in America. Was that happening in Ukraine with water happening in the Middle East, was in South Africa and in basic of and Philippines right now. With John Network and Europe is a great way for to fuel growing industries. South Africa is now pushing to war. So you can the only place now will be sentiment and Africa sends where we can travel investment and to Africa to turn the value of and brown for water. This is here the United Nations in a for this I can't make enough use and when carry is even in the US and when they push it away from this much Japanese and they do that and this is already so and now you know the from nature and the I would like to mention the way we do opportunity. We're not business as you we need work presence, we work with your harness, and we need to create new places that can place these buildings and taking our we're seeing all kinds of we've seen the national policy is came in and was great. I can you colonizers back 5 America is long Europe is possible for them and shape and all coming new on the of the party of audience. I was that give us the direction of the government. And one was contact with that you use very easy. We need to know from it. Is not Mali not good job. Here is not good job. Ugafaso not good job. They win or change the government and it is where you have none all within the vision of the now the government says so we are processing our people also and unfortunately some leaders who take money from bank to Europe, maybe take an house or the bottom America, you so you down, you may find that you don't understand the case is the Swiss together with the country and with the country businessmen going for and important now they back in Arab funds from the side of see the development don't know that we the CD so nothing you the dream of things loans and bring a grand one from the singing that first the people different quality of production, different quality of leader who is aware of the movement of money, of business, war is and everybody is sure that someone paying for that bit, someone paying for those, paying for the family paying for those, something else those people who paying for this, government paying the way government is getting the money from people that buying these military equipment and the government and the insurers are in business okay, war store and benefit and create profit so behind shortens and population also have better side of you have protect the experiment of men are seen in the cans of our creative wars. So in the way out, and it is clear when America is war, she does it when the people are there explode the ones and they are sent out to give them millions of savage war president to become super against or hands and some of the crazy is going to go across because they start to create correct. Democracy, we full government of democracy walk into another country that is running there and settlement. While avoiding it, now coming so India has taken for a and in Nigeria and many invested in the area and the middle south of government, all the United States of America, nothing democracy. Yet with much things so they will need that notice and control opportunity. And we know opportunity. Let us all bodies to these new ways of investment. We are able to let the new quality of investment and cause to have it first. The same ones are people comes. And even as we know, people the people and we have days that as well are feedback colonized and they all use now who equipment who switch off the civilization God because I believe the way back of green cash for selling this order it is true that in the midst of amongst us we have these CIA agents, we have these cells, we have these hungry hands who don't see any other and dogs given opportunity they will sell they will sell for the back of me we corrupt What is corrupt? Hijackers, push propaganda and out that the government and how can they continue to now? You are the content. You look at a person more qualified to claim proposition. Africa has to be formed. Report of educational history so that can reduce point and politicians that need to reference the movement. Election in geopolitics. This week will be very busy on the page here, chatting and talking about how we get to improve and Africa in the internet and bringing progress about the right for you to come on and start every day. Being excited, big of them, being active, and this is policy, and then of the production of it's great. This about well, see the military for the country we call development. There's still available, and we can say the question of to value dually acceptable and bring that how beyond once you the whole and our actual being of until we have looking to protect them and break this up new post that second constructions of our place I think every community the benefit of you. I think if I have into the intuition power thereby influence the policies to have
it's not necessary we need in artificial and they will check you that if that's going on something else we have to know as Africans and all people in general. But I said in this world we are living capitalism as we know when almost of the countries are in capitalism and this capitalism is what they want now is anti-capitalism and this capitalism is the kind of thing that controls the democracy of the countries because one of the capitalism is business and this United District or this is very often nationwide as the leading country or the leading developing so if the link is that is always in capitalism means also the country is dominated in capitalism and so is when the democracy of the country is going to be not one has said some things or the current thing that's going the world away or the other day by the map of the United States and like the agreement that the United States will not anywhere now you see that United States has put in place 100 net link venture as what is even this oil even and this oil is something that is country and the country that is I think that is more needed to the country have oil in Nigeria that they every wishes had some country not so see the United States has created the food that is beyond and also as say we take that is in this is I mean even because that is it's a one by one as I do that so they understand what this why there is no planning. You do for the point out in the university and the United States and the all the if that's not episode, this is one thing that's the final of the place where there is image of all apartments. They can be really or legal, but you can there is everything if but a of and all the things that you as the party in Africa, one will reach and you can realize a little of times. And see, take up what like in this name, that for out there. And to see so with these groups, there is anything that there's something that the audience as a new girls or then they to help us this areas. Means that the United States different of this is so that it's all easy. So like so it's better that is supposed to be more such a years and next so that and let's go on to even the video of the ask. It's not as a like what can you very but I mean you mean it's fucking but and what kind of not that I see we are saying and all this because the process because we don't know why been recognize we are not the members I mean that's what it is because so the if you give them the help or actually as fast because issues once you need to use extra so cost this is possible because of friendships. This is among the best places on each of the best moving now and development of I say things are in place. Means or may all make from that's now. This is leadership. This is of the class. The people the meaning of their audiences. That's why they see that this brain is not in the way how the country like fast. It has a place feel. a character scandal. But still, the law is from the government that happened. The reason is the family that it is very bad that happened. This is not complete. It was the must to payment. That is that case level in the so that this is the issue. This is as and they are and as he is and we think that the really great one of the beginning of the bit of Pennsylvania Benz. That is one or there is now once a minute. That's like that. So that is why who wasn't now to the thinking. So they make action, which is so to show you how going on how German and so going on the so the message is which the action and which shouldn't bow out the pain and not be so if I that which the should be followed so that's leading in the short since now is going to after that and this goes all out never the Bible says the as once we take out we they realize the California cost or the president so after getting those who outside of points.
This only comes here. That reference to not terms with them. This is the area is the Nigerian province Nigeria great. Telling the good voice, if they've got with the seeds about mind, I would if you can do you don't me. That's you but I don't think that they are the thing I think it's I would spend you know one man with my that you be responsible to make this separation begin on the image of the Federal Republic and the one and the president go on the public.
the Nigeria migrate, Nigeria must be leader and only never leader in the country. Origin has been illiterate and Nigeria was taken up Nigeria but to help and Nigeria is about to come and Nigeria needs Specialized to bring on the Nigerians are clear having done to let them continue. I don't know people there in same money you find for 50 to 70 of reps then sickly on right what new degree in Africa and Ethiopia we have the ministry you make for the independence in development account there this university will be in funding don't say team today when Nigeria will be hard to be spoken I hope for them is not quite less man but I hope that will be quite fearless will liberate sons of the ability to move from one country to another but the post the 884 pages I forward that and now is Nigeria and I will be taking one from Coca-Cola and be taking for Lipton Switzerland the table will be meat from Nigeria but the water will be from there and the chicken would be from forward and forward that the group who's Nigeria not really look at that now that moment that research identity don't do that you've also made it time we will need the cup of the 50 rich. Where it's 50 riches. Here you think, I know some of you are booking, so you are not so you are telling some all those things and all those things I think that's a little. I look forward to that. If I believe it wasn't, or technology, with the best of here in Quay, I be on a some of the disorder for that. Alone there, and women and drive of the will enjoy to work in the and to work in Africa and done the big humiliate types of unity. I look forward to that. And one day, my young men saw the eyes. The last things we look for today. Why they want to go there? Look, Ghana. The three eyes are dealing with that. Make you the eyes. I mean, now being the process. I'm now if the time's not recognized. He was being prepared now. What's the time's not. You then want to go to the Bishop Simon. Thank you for the recession. Every time. Thanking the Vice Chancellor. My professional geek. Let me also recognize the chair, organizing who has coordinated with me. Let me also recognize the chair, recognizing the friends assembly, the governor's president, those who are represented, the first lady of the local Nigeria, who is represented, the regional president assembly, the senior president here, and to this Nigerian invasion. I stand by the protocol. Nigeria is apt. You not know anybody. The protocols already established. However, it is I congratulate the money of hearing on the occasion of the 50th anniversary. It is my first time at the university, and I'm sure that the country in the world, and you are better than that. You are better in all of your science. God, you took us 5 months to a lot of this. And you know, I know what said, at least the Ghana, red south of the world. And this occasion, I presume, a vote of my something to invite the Lord. I'm told, from most number of no old family, they live in our city. This is amazing features. It is amazing only of number of things, but amazing because of the culture I'm doing. I've been told I've been all in myself, who are people and who's in all the streets. I've been happy today. Also, to be in some have met the alumni of this university, the professor from the University of America, who's president of the assembly, which is in that this university is fighting cells in the. And I say, I'm a good professor from the university, I think I this university. I see one another professor from Pakistan, the university is president in the world. Only asking, I listen to the testing of good vision and then what they are doing. Don't I want to take back to fact about all of youths in Africa and in the world, Ghana, and Australia. The very last scene this month, it spreads those who are saying which is the fact for the chances that there is no recompense that when there is a test, you are here to say what you are doing is in being a hope of the when our residents is done history insists not that is a affiliation and open to another nation. So that is 3 years ago, in Butambo, to say the and this was perhaps to do what it could have does that the but Nigeria once said, then you do not know that he too soldiers and those through them are open. We have been for the nobody died. Only 50 years ago was being only being set. Is a giant. Not only 56. That is not only in the way and not only Nigeria is the body of the world. In the part of the space of the infantry. But we say is not is in the is in the in to remember there is we don't see that it is the Nigeria all dreams is for the short minute one and they are leading country. If you don't outside fun, what's your name? Where is it? They are looking for attention. They are looking for president for good to find dreams. Some people have live here to make a difference, and they are reaching my
If you know this, we often the face function Alandia, the documents college. If maybe it's over the we have to find all the children. If you remember, they could watch and watch of the phone. Then we started getting often did be in our days beyond the method. And then I'm taking the one of the you know the right law and not sticks not every person you in is not important from the table in the one is not of pushing. What's it? From sea and this is a when you build I know I repeat that I don't know how my car would never do to what I see. Just west I will be I have what the fuck is this? I know done. Yes, no matter when you are all the kind of we are not even for this. You know, they are until they catch and very well. Then, like, I'll be oh, maybe. And you know, I will get the problem. My lines, they take on my side. Oh, who are the and once yes, it is not going to of diction. So that's there. In the sports, we shall be not by an human with a personal carry of the not be done. They not here as you worry. That's all. It's not self-enough. Not to read. I use the and some say, oh,
and I with she thinks brown eyes are so we are so in and following that receive money from in after first not we have our military program outline. We have them in the area. We are one we have the whole position. Joby, who is who is of the we have the young men really results this is offering our some in love where they come from them I attend no have ceremony from the and the argument of the and we have we want to while we is when you swim I think so the years make on this state not make all of what I'm in what I see no with I say doing so we have a province I'm I've been I'm not like a man and to the they have saved $1,000 to give a man and you today you run if good people so they have support issues I wouldn't trust yeah you have named many areas is here I've been with many areas those whom we America is members that took issues down in the today we these very and we talk today to remember the old comes to with the the architecture you the same and you have nation how many still them but what about the next to an the credible and I this nation to if in the level of the of them in the state and the food so I must write to them shift is like this. We are now still see what the issue of and something as well. Then the capacity of that for the and the what guys and the UN is for new process the year the open again not the that's in the fighting the game that is the coming we see I made this very this is under the honest of the they have action they do not have the but in this state of the need to of problem of the and they can separate you are in the big condition is on outside the you we do have and but in this put the motion on the head of the Qatar regime if 1900 sanctions against the regime this is so good then in international community and historical levels of the regard and you see the regime but that is right also on which at the UN and move is useful that we it is 900 we see the recognize from the African continent to be made in the ocean and Iran those who are of the then I one then will have the men was only liberated they are who are recognized as the even as we talk about the remains one of one is this because I can do or good afternoon. We are crossroads. We are two of parents. The non in the night
Now, something that you in my son, the 10 countries, we are all of you are because I know this is the in them, and they run for something, they from what we all just oversee, we don't know, and then we say, we are business, what have we done, and what I'm doing it, no, that is price of belief, we until then, outside, your age, not you need the laboring under free, gravitate past, we want to the officers from chains of, and all this is the of someone contact, we usually be I speak with one in some. You still have something. I remember in Africa. I something often open for shows. And speak countries. The guy, the power comes out. Changes. Yes. Protect. Sahel countries of our way. Give us no Americans. Niche no longer Americans. Man no longer Americans. And if the Shane, Africa realizes the potential when we can step forward and feed this question. Let me know Africa hunting down. And then I cut it with slaughtered out. Until they got the reality of Africa means what facilitations. If you want me to realize that, and to know they have a duty for the generation to master for this part we must be done is the part we feel how you make
carry wins.
Those of AAG conference we shall I want to speak to do a process. I was to come to some now. This is many times when we about Africa have to vandalize. We have to see of one year. You mean other is as I say, once or twice, it becomes remand. Continue to live under conditions, belongings. Others who say, look, I don't listen to you. Because you feel more than everything here. To remind you that the Spanish Portuguese things still how they run their mix, how they run their lives. If you can get the persons, some activities, and it's sad that the country where to fit in, or in the first place, he gives you his own kisses. Ourselves still as a person. The name and some of you find it, separately, as pointed, and I never found the Virginia. We go out, different. One of these are all the first. You can feel enough in the nations, and have thunder that. First is don't love I don't still life and down in the house of articles. And then the language we need the clean match. Me like the city is visual or different was or it's under the sun of Africa or away would run for every other night is there around them. I will officiate. Oh yeah, I will sing my in Kenya. Telling the Republic that they can come in out 6 years, the GDP on Ireland. And they don't know about my one. It's grown here. It's beyond all limits of people's domain. See about me. Shine about little me, but you might be I have to do and you form a market who have done it in Africa. Is it the method that's one from these are positions that I live here to find and in our countries are access. All world and I, the Ben Woods, we don't use the one I remember them after the 1900 days. They told you, they came, they told you, they took us. I can't feel you are paying to see the tongue, and this is what I have a little my issue. I'm son, 2 countries, all of you are broken up and countries that we understand. No, that bloat, and you runs off. Now you had run from Angola. Here, all people can you know, and what they say like this. What we done in Africa? Right, Africa. When I'm inside of it, when I'm listening to our foreign ministers, our ministers, when I'm listening to our ministers, the church is right. He said things. People things. People rise. People rise. People rise. Why is that all of them bad deeds? So the master can't not your friend. Since I'm doing this, not being that. I'm going to be asked for what is there. I'm not today. I'm sorry. In there. All this. Good, Martin. Our farmers. Look at the hear me. Look at the time of straight line. You be snow again. Anyone, 900 less than us. I don't think that's not being us. This thing is different. I'm not making it different. We have to move in a bit to the market to be my and we disappear ourselves. Then those who settle down, you know, every British on the end that is now we are no action free is not to be a crown. In the end, the bad net of free. Then it's who will break it for us. I think you need the contract. If it be from a bank here now, is a cook for the what's our gun process and this the other where I and around you guys are ready to jump. The fish would find us.
I remember they reading them say, look at movement. God said, please have it. Please have it. Yes. Second reason why in first number of Niche Americas, my Americas, not the Egypt, the can't we can for me, but this question, we have been shots when we end up and merciful with us and him also can cost you only one nice. To the and because young begin members. When young and old isn't that among our concerns or group you are on the I think I must have told you if I believe who be in should say man he says that you are if you want years otherwise what do you demand on if come the machines by people who doesn't know and by that in if you happen to working about that's substitutes not to in a model they are missing out on contributors but with as you there is a type of thousands I want you I'm there you are there you are there and then as the court was out and the bed on the lift and friendmen is who rose for the village. If you want me to rather and not we are doing this nation to send things we must have right now in to this not crops no need that bread here I know in other words minds what the is not you this you see us this progress you are do the which in all to be us and not before or good and good is this crossroads the payment on the is not the electric is not something big there is what is happening road is here well the fire what is being funded not here there's the ready the fire you are not you they will not probably that there was and God is ahead of this Nigeria has a GDP of beyond the United States has never said say when you United States counter no this is all the same so far 2 3 9 just not what this is not big time is we think that something more you can I want to bring aid when you figure out you know that want to go out in the knowledge that beyond good education beyond good policies beyond good knowledge you must be beings you need to be outside among being outside Africa you should make it because all the ocean it drops down the cities yes before you are not you feel something that you know it out them I want to be moving in on action as I think that I'm doing something I'm all time and under that we have a visited man reason the reason that things happening the one thing that achieve by man and I don't see invest in Malawi why with in that books are big do it gives us we are coming to buy in the month of March we hold of you this is how my you need to understand why you buy then yes any of that in it I African active that don't need to in fact so that and is an African and record of society in that part don't need what is that why should you the one don't live on see who say but you do it what should I see that this can do an action record of them doing
You must not be I want to with. You grant it's who wants to when you are fighting for Africa, one man will tell you are. We must be yourself that. Thank you very much.
I would really like the word of recognition to all freedoms of that one. I like to stand for this This was a work of every lot. Our society and our country, they continue to walk forward to have the only Russian leaders have authority and have the only very real country. So I believe that we're responsible. So, first of all, the appreciation of the government and the representatives of the federal bureau should be within the essential limits of our country. Then you know, there should be no major issue check can never achieve success if we are not fully and actively involved from very first moment of planning till the final position. In this moment, the president of the in the commemoration in with the Almighty, and this moment will continue and strong. Resident of the photos to you, have achieved all the sons and daughters of the region. Much of the city of one voice, each of whom the region be actors, but also the nation. I hope with the one is reiterate the city, work to send the reality with what voice. But then least words. I love the room and I see from the airport. I see some no reason that's essentially. It is just done yesterday. I'm going to the region now. Without the utility, the movie came also in Becky. I'm very really we achieved. This will allow us to have the influence of Guru and Mukhi Baj was such well. In the OC, when you will interact, you know, the thing and the government well, decision go now, but one of the decision one know way. Decision that you do on the first day. Go do on the activity programs. You are important. That was for the having commercialization, whether as a robot, and do all sections. So remember, all the decisions you have, return and according to rules and therefore together. Everyone is for good people. Make a few ones we have got to you. We come up to the window, they continue and even you. No, when we they are fighting to shut the audio, not the everyone to dispose of the because that's prison. And they are to kids and so on. You go self fast misery where manage with the state of we open into that. We see our problem. They give any problem. But remember the good things up. Just in the midst of interrogation, those decisions get dissolved. Tell this now. Those decisions to have a number of issues get dissolved. The seats all dirty. The steps have new against this shit and track. I will make that internal concept. You in this. When they talk the issue radices, there are some significant illegal and issues that are raised by men, especially the specific matter of granting support to young people. The issue of still ignorance with events and support problems, so the issue of the civil revolution. We say is that we take away for the fair and equal distribution of poverty. This is what called correct. You no longer give down things real for the rest. You put that shit up. That's all the focus numbers. You put that up. You control that process. Rather again, we do they is this one. You won't go because it will leave out. You look alone, there are 38 ones which we will never have. That's a journey. Today we have advanced. There is these we are 7 robust and massive capacities. They exist for every corporation, so very few years. That is from the 11 project before me. Ensuring that the deals are saving. So, right, opening back here, send the people we go on to produce their own business. Popular and this will be brothers and first. And take company that want to name them. They are certain class. No, we will write fancy the one because that will be true for us. Is the Russian government. In the is the bank, still in the system of strengthening the student condominant service. So this is my first day. Looking to any project that which receives substantial support. It's still a delay from fast saying logically. This family who knows has been started to complete the humanitarian. No longer work at a long-term material need enough. Exactly, low enough for humanitarian for individual of their homes. You want to recover which a split personality for the terrorists for 2 years. So why however, why we develop the place is they do ideally places we ask the other. In the that actually made one this one. We said that we are going to do it like one is delay not for 5 years or 8 years in your album. Regardless of you many people have who and mentioned back. So someone just has to say something else. It's about those people have and to struggle. And not just people that is get back. Leave this on the and to see to the head of our to home. But as I say, wherever you still if I bring you at home be muzzle or wherever you're in class. So in these cases this is our vision. More important is paid for our this there's need to reach the parts. You get get about 4 million the people in our so now this is how we will show our mothers, our fathers, our to lead them to bring it. Getting off net to learn them to how. That was should really be structure. You think that's the way. With all games required, the people who are the unruined, therefore the through people. Or when they look out when report about the previously when we are and when we are done. That's why the things on that one and looks about the year to make from some part. Since play out of 15 kilometers so it's not how it will you can use name 50% so that means stuff very like you take the local road. You got enough to make the remaining you pay to compete. The not stop. The week is maybe all you need up associate things to the for gates. These gates will check out from all region of here. I'm looking from here at the game well so rebuilt. Well rebuilt. Well I'm say we'll throw up all the other. Be sure that one thing all going to be taken around there to in the structural comprehensive program. And not sure to reveal before it is already and our business is not easy. Every law is watch. Also, we are brothers to support revolution again. And one day, where they are like, we need to support this for civil nation, and you will all this is a full revolution. You the first burden skill for our samurai. So let's also the position of national security. It's really to the. The second is there's no need for reasons. Some people are willing to do it for particularly. I think about the guns. You see. Wait on the Monday. When you have a about finding the cycle of management. Okay, so I have to be the end of the first and second. Principles of the general. That is why we start getting laws. This time is not actually for network books. Credit I use money I use. This that works to that. People need and inside. Because I think all coming work being but I charge the internet. The areas can be because there are associated one of which is much more important. So really and it was first note for before. So the other side is the best issue. What we have detailed major. I did this. As soon as I come here to the wake by the time we bring us and go to the working at that. And they put all happy. This was the oh, beneath the soil. Now, practically has skill remaining. Nothing going. You're seeing the military equipment of the borehole. It went nowhere. Make it be difficult to put water. And put your very doors. The thing we should use this meeting that all the need to float again. Someone the damn trade tools. They cost them in the community. Otherwise, whatever you copy human. Natural fire. Part of this relation, the will not about the math. But this is money and uses. They have been out for 12,000 exits. Going to the fully integrated of during this time. This is no older. First, we have to do the once that is stopped. When we have to do the this is good. And they got to win. Now, as a book is a lot of I don't stop by the sun. I just like one. He's already. This one. Motion to the here, all you working. He's not going to play the whole thing. This is how we done that. Maybe they got people about thing about. But there are, you know, learn the next piece of more fun. Who not in the cells. Who come to the proceeding. I don't like it. That's what that's three. If you can take you know, so you can learn to be and you are science or you see my work very independent of that's the of the year. Right, and to the really the from games linked to so you can order everything. In my team of the school and I have my and my patient it's the so it's through and level if you are there but work of the houses and funds for it is not with the you let go you really they will disease. I was not confident to stop them for you, but what mentally the controlling I want to what I not either. The physical keep the water you know the system will be in the you have you have the even the actually so fans flies as for only the